Welcome back to another Project Feline Devstream with your host, me, the guy that makes Project Feline. And we're going to do more animation today. I'm going to try and speed up the pace a little. Before we get into all that, bit of housekeeping to start things off. I think yesterday we were on stream doing some animation and it went a bit off the rails. We had a guy come in that wanted advice about game funding, and that took us a bit off course a little. And I'm just gonna say I'm probably gonna stop with that. I think because it's just taking too much time, because I know a lot of people want to write in and ask for advice, but I just do not have time to really get into it, because general advice I don't find very useful. So if you want me to do that, I would not come here for that sort of thing. But if you really need it, you tip me like 10 bucks or super chat me 10 bucks, I'll give you my undivided attention. But unless you do that, we do have some work to get through. So we're gonna try and stick as close as we can to that. Speaking of which, because to make up for some lost time, I've made some developments. Now I said at the end of last stream that I had fixed my sleep schedule. Well, last night I violated it, but the rewards are plentiful. So as we've been importing this back and forward between Unreal, some of you might have noticed that there's these weird glitches happening with the model. And it's most noticeable in a lot of these in-between... Hold on, can I get her to do the land? It's most noticeable in like these in-between frames where her... I don't know if you saw that. Where her face completely deforms. And you guys have been screenshotting these and posting them in the Discord, which... is making me very self-conscious, but I think I might have figured out a solution for it. So you can see it here too. See, her head is just completely, her forehead is moving and her eyes are not, that kind of stuff. So the reason that's happening, this is an issue that I've had to deal with my entire life, okay? This issue is dating back all the way to Gabi's first model and to the other characters I've done in Rigify. They all have this problem, where if you import it, or if you export the Rigify thing from FBX to Unreal, or to anything actually, it isn't just Unreal, it's to FBX to anything, it does this stuff. It doesn't quite look the same as when you were doing it in Blender. And I want to show you something. I want to show something really cool. So if I quickly pop in here and change a few values, just give me one moment. I have to go to the mesh, clear its rotation, because I've also fixed another issue where all of her animations and everything up until now have actually been rotated 90 degrees the wrong way. So that's something else I fixed, but I want to show you something even cooler than that. So I think if I just do this, that should do it. Alright, so if you look at her now, there's still some issues with the outline and the normals. I haven't fixed that stuff. But the rig deforming is now a lot less severe. So her head still kind of does. I think I know why that's happening. That's just because I haven't keyed the hair bones, and the hair bones are being scaled. But if we go to over something like this ledge grab, you'll notice that her head doesn't do weird stuff anymore. It's stays still. So does her arms and everything else. Nothing weirdly deforms out of place. I'm trying to think if there's more examples. There's probably little examples of it everywhere where there's just weird deforming going on. And part of the reason that is if I open up the way because this is the way it exports it from Rigify. This was the version from Rigify that we were using this whole time. And if you actually look at the skeleton, you can see that it's broken, a lot of it. So if I take her root bone, for instance, and rotate it, you'll notice that not all of her body follows. It does a lot of this weird stuff. So hold on, wait, I'll show you more, because it's bad. It's some of these bones are okay, but a majority of them are not. Yeah, so if I rotate this, you can see it's all happening in sort of the the top of her head there. So the new version I stayed up working on last night Let me show you what that one looks like when we open up the rig. So this is the new version. So now it doesn't do that. It's fixed. I can rotate all of her pieces and it doesn't do anything weird. I can like rotate all the bits of hair. I can, you know, what else? I can move everything. I can scale as well and it won't break. So I had to do a lot of wizardry. I had to do a lot of wizardry for this, and I'll show you in just a minute what I had to do. But the solution, it was the most stupid thing. I was like, there's no way this would work. And it did. But yeah, look, even with her fingers, they like, because there was this weird issue happening with her fingers on some of her animations where the fingers would start to crinkle, but they don't do that anymore. So I think if we were to try to open the old skeleton and go to the fingers, I don't know where they put the fingers. Yeah, if I try and like move these, it'll probably do something. Oh, maybe it doesn't, I don't know. But on some of the animations, if you do any scaling with the hands, it just sort of crinkles the fingers out. I might have shared some pictures of it earlier, but yeah, it doesn't do that now. And the reason why it doesn't do that anymore is because I went a little mad and I found a solution that is so brute force and stupid, but it does fix all of that stuff. So now when she deforms, everything's working the way it's supposed to now. So there's these little indiscrepancies between these animations now that will no longer be there. And also I was able to implement the kick move in, what we were doing yesterday. So this is how it looks in engine with the kick. I personally like it a lot more than what we used to have. And I've just added the flip as the rebound for the moment. As a rebound animation, just as a placeholder. She can now kick in the air. And you can see there's the shimmering of the hair and the tail. If we slow motion it, you see the hair and tail are both moving, and it looks the exact same as it did in Blender. So I still haven't fixed the normals. They're like half working. The normals on one side of her are fine, they're not on the other, and there's something weird about the outline that's also a bit strange. So I don't know what's going on with it, but you'll notice that the headphones, the outline isn't like thick enough, and the normals on one side are still screwed up. So that's Future Ray will take care of that, but Future Ray did do a good job last night with some of this. So I'll show you why that's different now. You're gonna completely hate this. So with Rigify, it has all this stuff. It has a lot of like extra constraints, properties. It generates all of it for you, which is why I like it. Because if you open up any of these bones, these are the ones that are just visible. But underneath all this, there's all of these complicated, these bones. And if you click on some of these, each of these have like constraints set up a specific way, so that they stretch a certain way, that they scale a certain way. And considering she has like 200 bones, doing that manually is just kind of like a pain. So Rigify speeds that up quite a bit, and it gives me the result I would want anyway. But if you export it, all of this doesn't quite translate very well. The hierarchies get all messed up, and it doesn't like it. So I did something so nefarious here. I did something so silly, and I was like, this is like the most crazy way, but it can't not work, right? And it did. So what I did instead was that I made a copy of the deform layer. So on this rig, you've got all these fancy controls, but then you have the deform layer, and this is being influenced. This is the thing that's actually weight painted. It's just the deform bones. And all of those other extra bones influence the deform bone. So if you have like the little circle around her shoulders, that circle is like constrained. It's like doing something to the deform bones without me directly touching them. Now it's supposed to happen when you export FBX. It's meant to bake that information into the deform bones. And it technically does, but the hierarchies get messed up. So the movement is still there, but you'll have this weird thing happen where, you know, the head will move out of the socket because the hair, for whatever reason, some parts of the face weren't parented correctly to the root bone because it has to take out a bunch of bones, because when you export it, it takes out all these extra bones and it just messes it up. So I did something to prevent that. So I made a copy of just the deform layer, And this is, I don't know how many bones this is. I think it's like all 200. If I select them, there should be like a statistics view. I don't know if it's going to show me. No statistics. So 202. All 202 bones. I copied them all. And what I did next, you're going to hate this. If I click on one of these, you'll notice it has a copy location and rotation constraint on it. And so does this one. And so does this one. And so does this one. And what I've done is I've made a copy of just the deform layer with the correct hierarchy, because it doesn't do that for whatever reason in Rigify, and I don't want to interfere with what Rigify is doing because it breaks if you do that. So I've made it my own quarantined rig that uses the correct hierarchy, and if I took off these constraints, like if I took these off, I'd be able to move this bone around, and the others, you know, they would follow it if everything else wasn't constrained. So it's like the correct hierarchy. And then what I did, so I have each bone following the rotation and location of the bone, the corresponding bone on the normal Rigify rig. Because the normal Rigify rig does have those bones in it, and it is being influenced by the controllers, but it's in, the hierarchies are all weird. So I've got a self-contained hierarchy here that's just copying what the deform bones are doing in the main rig. And then I rig the actual mesh to this proxy rig, which then this follows the rig I want to use to animate with. Because I don't want to animate with just these bones, because that'd be such a pain. So I'm animating with the normal rig, but I've got the proxy rig that's taking just the necessary deform information only. And then that is what I'm exporting to Unreal. And that works. So it's a very roundabout way, and I stayed up till like maybe 2 AM to test all of it and re-import every animation, because I had to, because the rig is so different, I had to re-import everything again. So I set up a new animation controller, I set up a new blend spaces, set up new anim montages. I did all of it again, but a small price to pay for salvation it is, because now it works. So I know I keep offloading work to Future Ray. I keep saying, guys, just let Future Ray handle it. And I know some of you guys don't believe me. You think I can't do it. But Future Ray pulled through here. So we got to cheers to Future Raymond for, well, I guess he's now graduated to past Raymond now for sorting all that out. NCK says, I feel like that shouldn't be necessary. Well, you're a naive little fellow, aren't you? Everyone always thinks that. I thought that, but it's never true. You always have to do something. And this is why I'm never using, like, I'm never trying control rig. I'm never doing, Tascator. I'm not trying any more tools, because I don't want to interfere with what I've done here. I feel like this is the solution, and this gets what I want. And if I have a bad feeling if I try to do anything else on top of it, we're going to be in for an unpleasant journey. So I'm going to leave the rig the exact way it is. We're not going to do anything else to it now. It is now perfect. The only thing I have to do is I have to now re-import all of my other Rigify characters into the game at some point, because all of the other characters have the same problem. If we open up the drone, the little drone character and the turrets, they actually exhibit the same issues. And luckily those rigs are a lot more simple than Gabi's, so it shouldn't take as long, but it's just an arduous process to like re-import it all. But I'll show you some of the other weird problems that we've also been having. Hi Nay, my morning's going pretty great. I just fixed a massive issue that's been bothering me for years with Rigify. And I've done it a strange way, but we are in strange times, so strange times calls for strange solutions. It sounded utterly annoying. Well, look, it was when I was there, but then when it worked, that annoyance washed away, and I was like, oh yes, oh my god. It was absolutely euphoric. And that's what it's all about. Game dev wouldn't be fun if you couldn't win little victories like that. So it's testing me. It's tasking me. But I always pull through. So if we look at some of the other characters in the game, you can see the same issues with them. If I get a close-up on some of these drones. Actually, you know what I can do? Even better. I was messing around with this the other day. It's pretty funny. Watch, I'm gonna do some witchcraft here, something you've never seen before. If we go to her blueprint, I'm gonna do something crazy. You probably see what I'm doing. So, Project Drone. So this is another Rigify character I made maybe a year ago. This is what the next devlog's going to be about. I've just finished. I'm like almost finished writing the script for the devlog about this fellow, of how, for those, some of you might have been there for that stream. It was a little while ago now. I've just been very busy, so I haven't had a lot of time to just pump videos out. But I have an episode coming up on this guy. Modeling, design, rigging, all of that. And before I do finish that video, because you'll notice like his idle animation is half glitched, because he's meant to be bobbing his head up and down, but you see halfway through the animation his head teleports back down again, and I never figured that out, how to fix it. And there's other weird problems too, where you see like his back is bending a weird way. Like it shouldn't be bending in a curve like that. Those pieces should be straight. And the middle of his body is scaled very weird, and his head's clipping into his back, which that's not how it looked in Blender. And he has an attack animation, which also has like, it breaks as well. So if I go and join the other drones, you'll see what I mean. So let's talk to Calder. I'm sure he won't find this strange at all that I've transformed into a robot. But yeah, if we look at how like these guys attack, you'll notice that there is some weird, like the back will start bending like a pool noodle going backwards. And yeah, that's not so good. And that's all weird Rigify stuff, which I now know how to fix. So I don't know when, maybe like by the end of the week, I want to like work on. I also have left in a lot of animation blending on these, which I didn't notice either. So I'm going to give these a bit of a touch up before that episode goes out, because this is pretty shoddy. Like you see it blending between its animations. Yeah, like, so that was something we figured out as well a while back on how to get rid of that stuff. But yeah, it's, that's an issue. Oh my goodness, that's an issue that's been bothering me a long time. And now it's over. So anyway, now we can continue with more animating, knowing that that's all good. And the rig is now the final version of the rig. I'm not gonna do any more bone stuff to it. It's finished. The rig is finished. So up on today's agenda, I was thinking wall running to do that animation. I said I was going to do it at the end, but I want to try a pose that might be easier than what I had in mind, that will still look cool. So I'm going to need to open my other old Gabi to compare, because I'm going to use her current animation as reference and try to do a better version of it. Because that is one that should be one of those things that's a static pose that has limited interpolation just for the hair and everything. So it might be easier than I think, because there's a lot of ways you could go about the wall run, and I think the approach I'm trying to do is something that traditional animators would probably think to do, and it'd be something limited, a bit more limited, but hopefully still as impactful. So that's the idea anyway. So if I open up her old model and go wall ride, I guess we'll do wall ride left. That's her current wall ride. And wow, the frame rate is way too high. So I'll adjust the timing. There should be a thing here. Yeah, we just change it to 24 frames a second. So that's her current one. I'm thinking of maybe doing something similar to this. And you can even see already, you can see the mistakes I've made with this limited animation, because I have 24 frames, 24 keys on this, which is too much for limited animation. The hair shouldn't move that much. It should only go between two poses, and same with the tail, like we did for the kick. So this is why this looks a bit strange, and also her anatomy does not, like the lack of shoulders doesn't help either. And I've had a bit of debate back and forth with myself with this animation, because this is more like a ride. It's not like she's wall running. She's like riding, she's surfing the walls even. And one debate I've been having in my head this whole time is, do I want her to ride walls, or do I want her to run on walls? Because there's a difference between the two, and it's going to affect the feel of the entire game if depending on what I choose. Now, in a game like Titanfall, if you've ever seen spectator camera or whatever, when people play Titanfall, they have a run. And I've looked at those, it's hard to find reference for those, and it looks like a pain. I've tried to animate a similar one before, and it's actually hard, because you have to have the run and the rhythm, but the weight has to, because it's an impossible motion. You can't actually physically do it in real life, at least not for that long. So you're like, the rules of a run pose are going to look weird when you try and have it at an angle. So I've always had a tough time, especially when you're like moving this forward leg backwards and forwards without clipping into the wall, because she has to keep her knee bent the whole time. And there's a lot of challenges there. And I got around those by just making it like a riding pose. And I'll open up builds to compare, because if you see them in game, some of you might already know what these look like, but some of you that haven't seen the game in a while, we'll do a comparison, and I'll share my thoughts on like what I want things to feel like. Let me just find the last build with the old model. And I'll compare to the current editor version. So the current thing I'm doing at the moment is that I'm just playing this run animation as she's wall running. And I know that the rhythm of this run and everything is not very good. It's very rough. It's not great, this run. But if you imagine like her legs moving quicker and her torso leaning out more, that's sort of what a run would look like. And if you're playing this at high speeds, I could probably like speed that run up a bit. Just gotta think which folder this would be in. Yeah, so if I change the rate, oh no, is it this one? Oh, it's this one, my bad. If I change the rate to like 3, or 2. So this is like, if I speed that one up, a run would look kind of something like this. Like if you just imagine the body tilted to the side. That's sort of it, but it's like, I don't really know if that's sort of what I want. Because then if we open up the last build with the old model, and I'll find a wall. So this is how it looks like with the riding. So she's sort of like surfing on the side of the wall. Now, the only thing that's a bit strange about this is that her hand would completely get demolished because it's going to be sliding against, there's so much friction, her skin would burn off. So I might maybe change that. Or, I don't know, she's got gloves now, so maybe it wouldn't look so bad. But what because I'll show you my thoughts and I'll see what you guys reckon. Because maybe this isn't what people want. I don't know. I'm pretty confident though that what I've thought through is what the right way, but I'm curious to sort of I haven't bounced this off anyone, so I'll tell you what I'm thinking. Because when I look at the riding like this, there's something about it that seems like gliding, like smooth gliding. And then when I look at people play the game, I'll try and find a quick like a gameplay video, because people are still posting like oh no, that's my live stream now. When I look at speedrunners and stuff do this stuff, and I don't want to just cater to speedrunners only, but I want people, like, there's a degree to which it should look good for them and not clunky, and then for your average player it should also look pretty good. I think this is an older video. I'll close all this off. This is a bit of an older, I remember this one. This is an older video. And let me pause that animation. This is from old Proto Gabi, and this has the run in it, I think. Yeah, so this has the tilted run. So that's how the run is sort of more like, it would look more like that. I don't know if he's going to do a lot of wall running. So that's sort of what the run would look like in this clip. But, you know, imagine it with better detail, better proportions and stuff. But this isn't the most skilled player, of course. He's sort of... I've seen some people really do insane stuff. So if we try and find another one, like this dude. This guy's pretty up there. Oh, this level doesn't have a lot of walls in it. So let's pick this one. So let's see what he does. Because I know these people, like, they really do look like they're gliding on stuff. And I'm trying to think, should I use how people play it to inform my choice here, which sounds like the right thing to do. Now he's cheating here. He's going this. They're all doing this route that isn't meant to be a route, and they're all like doing the wall glitch. So I just want to see if there's something that isn't. What is this? Did they add Sporticus to Fortnite right now? Hold on a sec. This costume, this looks a lot like Gabi's costume and like Sporticus. Anyway, sorry. Why is it showing me that when I search my game? Why is it showing me Fortnite? Okay, well that's not what I want. But maybe this one? Gotta find one where they do a lot of wall running. This guy might do some. Oh, 5 minutes, wow. Let's skip ahead to, because this mission has like not enough walls in it, and I want to scrap that one. But Skyport has walls. Let's see what he does. So, oh, why is the video? No, oh no, he's okay. The video just sort of cut out there. But you see how it looks like they're sort of gliding like butter across walls. Like Gabi is really buttered up. She's extremely slippery, and she's just sort of cutting through walls like a knife through a big stack of margarine. You know what I'm saying? So that's a feeling. And if you change it to a run animation where the legs are moving a lot and her weight is moving around a lot, that's going to have a different feeling. And I'm not saying that one or the other is bad, but it's different. And I gotta think, how do I want this to feel? And I'm just watching Death Diamond play. I don't know if he's in chat right now. Maybe he's asleep, I don't know. But I'm watching when I see how these people play, there's something cool about it where if I polish that kind of pose up more, like if I had the anatomy a bit better with the new model, with that kind of skidding across the wall, and I added some particles to it, like sparks coming out of like the wall or something like that, and trails, like some smears behind her. I'm feeling like that might be cool. It's not like the same as a run, because I don't see a lot of games that try to do it the way I'm trying to do it here, where it's like a glide. Because every like Mirror's Edge and Titanfall, they all have the run. But this is more of a glide. And if you just, yeah, I'm just sort of watching how people play it, and it's like, what do I want to go after here? What feeling do I want to go with? So I don't know, that's sort of what I'm thinking about. I'm gonna see what your input is. Gus Gutterson says, I forgot how much of an improvement the new model is. Thank you. That's very good news. That's great news to hear, because I still get comments about this old model saying, oh, the animations don't look that good, but the game looks fun. And that's kind of half good, right? Because it's like, all right, well, despite the bad model, they still want to play it. So that's great. But I really need to sell them on the model if you know, because that might be the difference between someone that buys the game and doesn't. And I know for me, I would. Like if you know, someone gives me a game and the character model is a bit off, that's enough for me to just not to pass on it. So I'm kind of trying to enforce my own standards here of what me as a consumer would do. So thank you though. I know some people think I'm like wasting my time like making a new model, but I really do believe it's like so important, especially for the main character. And if you can see the difference, that's exactly the reaction I want. So that's good. NCK says I do a run with the hand touching. All right, well, hands aside, we can work at that. The leg motion though, that's kind of what I want to focus on more, is having the legs move like a run motion or just glide across the wall. What if Gabi ran on all fours? Oh, I get a lot of suggestions to make it more cat-like, but unfortunately, bipedal anatomy and quadrupedal anatomy is a little too different to have that look good. Have you ever seen a human try to crawl on all fours and look cool? I have not seen it. To me, it looks horrifying, and I just don't think it'll look good. I know it's cat-like, but Gabi is not. She doesn't share the same anatomy as a real-life cat, and I think trying to use a real-life cat reference is. Because her arms, because you know when you try this now, if you get on the floor and try to go on your all fours, your arms will be too short and your legs are too tall, and it feels awkward, and it's gonna feel, because Gabi shares our anatomy for the most part, it's gonna feel awkward for her too, and I know it sounds like a cool idea, but I think if I picture in my head already how it would look, and I don't think it's what I want to go after. Flesh says it's hard to say since I generally prefer skidding, yet the other animation doesn't fit that vibe. The other one as in... Oh, okay, I think I get what you mean, yeah. Well, I don't know. Well, maybe if we make a few tweaks, maybe we can make them all look sort of coherent. Because yeah, I'm just trying to think. I know what you mean, though. Uru says I prefer the wall run, because it fits the new one better. While it's more rugged, it's got a certain grace. Well, yeah, see, I think both of them have grace, but it's like a different feeling. You know what I'm saying? Because if we are gonna choose the run, then I'll have to like, we'll have to work on her normal run first. Because the plan, if I was to do the run, it would be to derive it from the normal run, which I haven't worked on enough yet. That's a tough one. Whereas the glide I could do now because it's simple enough to get over with. But if we're gonna make it a run, I'll have to work on the normal running on the ground run first, like this. Sorry, I've just got this sort of gameplay running in the background here, but I'm just sort of looking how he moves. Wall running is more dynamic, sliding is easier, but have you ever gone the easy route? That's a good point too. I'm just worried that the run will look awkward, because you physically... It's hard to find good wall run reference, and whenever I've tried to imitate it, it always looks bad. So while it's difficult, I'm thinking, what's the more likely one that's gonna not look bad? And yeah. Because one bit of merit I think the slide has is that it works better at multiple speeds. Because I only need to make one. I only have to make one pose of it sort of sliding across the wall. And that will look good no matter how fast you're going. Maybe all I'd have to change is if you go a bit faster, she leans a bit forward more, and that's kind of it, really. Whereas a run, I don't know... It's hard to find reference for it, that's the thing, because the type of wall running I'm trying to do is not something you can physically do. So I can try to... We'll see if we can find some better reference, maybe, for the run. It's just really hard to find, because a lot of the games that do this are all first person. At least the ones I've heard of, anyway. So yeah, this is all first person, so that's useless. But the thumbnails are all third person, so it's really throwing me off. So maybe Titanfall third person gameplay. Because it's programmed the same, the actual code is very similar to Titanfall's with how it functions. So I want something that will kind of match that movement, and Mirror's Edge's run is not, that wall run is not the same as this at all. It only goes in like a straight line. So I need something that'll work with like, oh, what is this? Oh my goodness, this is atrocious. Oh my goodness. Is there any wall running bits here? Maybe the wall run animation looks good, because I know this is like a mod, so it's not meant to be played like this, but... Because I know it has like spectator view in the multiplayer. Because there's a whole segment around here where there's lots of wall running, I thought. I'm gonna see if I can track it down. Have it slide if it's fast? Well, then I'd have to make two. I'd have to do them both, which is even more work. And it would feel, I don't know how I feel about having it go from a run to it. I think it's one of those things where I have to pick one. I have a feeling it's one of the things I have to pick one of them. Why is it, I swore there was a whole wall run segment at the beginning of the game here, but I don't know why he skipped over it. I'm just trying to find, is there any clips of this dude running on walls? I thought this was like the main mechanic. Oh, here we go. Oh, okay, well, the camera he has not positioned the camera very well. So this is how the Titanfall wall run looks. You can see it's playing a little bit here, but yeah, okay, because it's difficult, and now that I'm paying closer attention to the pose, I can see why I was struggling with it before. I need to see more though. Oh my god, this guy does not do... This is not how you play the game. You're meant to wall run everywhere. Sorry, this is just a bit infuriating. It's not how I would play this. Okay, let's go. Oh, why is it? Okay, the lighting is just very dark. So but I guess, I don't know, maybe because it's a clear silhouette, it's easier to point stuff out, maybe. Because I have a feeling that animating this will be hard. And I can see now it is very different from the normal run, so the whole relying on the normal run might not even be a good idea, actually, looking at this. It's a shame because it's a mod, so it's very glitchy, so it's not meant to, you're not meant to be playing the game this way. If they just if someone like has just the animation for this, like in a turntable, that'd be so cool. Third person, I'll search third person wall running. Now it says wall run will feel weird when getting at high speed. See, that's kind of what I'm worried about. But it looks like we've got a pretty mixed... So, like, you guys seem as mixed as I am, because I'm just looking at chat here, and it's like half of you want the run, half of you want the slide. And I'm sort of on the fence too. Like, they both have merits to them. I think that's kind of it, because it really does come down to what you prefer. It's not really an objective, like, one of them is correct. It's just like the vibe. It's like, what vibe do you want? And well, I'll tell you what, because I'm just trying to think of some way to make progress here. If I'm quick enough, I might be, what I can do, because it might be worth just trying to do the wall slide first, because I know that that's a lot easier. That's the easier one. And we can see how that looks. And if it feels bad, then it's like, okay, well, this is the rough version of that. We're not going to polish it, and we're just going to like delete it and do the run. Because I think, looking at other reference like games, because this isn't Feline gameplay, so it's not, I think we're not going to know until we see it, maybe. Until I'm in there playing with it, I'll know. So I need to do like a rough version of, because this is the easier one. So I'll just get this pose real quick. And I'm just trying to think what configuration of the FKs and IKs I should be using. I think I'd use IKs for this, most likely. So I'm gonna just imitate this pose for the moment, because that's quick and easy, and we can see how it looks. And if it looks good, then it's like, great, okay, we can then then we'll know. So let's create a new clip. We'll call this Gabi wall ride. I'll call this one wall ride, and if we do make another wall run, I'll call that wall run. And I'll make sure everything in here is keyed. So I'm not going to go into detail with the hair and everything on this one. I'm just going to do poses, because I've noticed that while it's cool to have the hair moving and stuff, I can do that later. So we'll just stick to the poses for this. Just the rough shape of everything. So I will need a piece of geometry to help me out here. If I go to cylinder, I'm going to need to know her bounds, and I need to know where to put a wall, because I need a reference for like where the wall should be. I think the radius is 0.35? No, 0.75? No, one of these isn't right. Or maybe it is. Let me I keep forgetting her collision measurements. I want to say it's 0.75 and the height is like 1.5. That's my guess. I'm pretty sure it's something like that, but I can't remember it exactly. That feels right, but I don't know if it's too thin. Because her collision, the radius is going to be right up against the wall. So I just need to make sure that because this is a contextual animation, it relies on the environment. So I need to just approximate the rough environmental conditions before we start posing it, so that the wall is in the right spot and everything. So if I quickly check her measurements, trust future Raymond. That's a good idea as well. Maybe we will trust future Raymond. A lot of people don't trust future Raymond, but I try to put my faith in when I can, and he always pulls through. He's got a lot riding on his shoulders, but he always pulls through. He always cooks on time. Well, maybe not always on time, but he always cooks. He always finishes cooking the meal. So if I go to capsule, 35 centimeters. So this has to be twice that number, I think. Oh no. Yes, so 0.7. That's okay. Now I think that's correct because that's the radius, not diameter. Yes, half height 75 times 2 is 130, which would be no 150, which is 1.5. So I've got the height correct. The radius, it's just because the arms are sticking out. I don't know if that's how I meant to do it. So I just want to be absolutely sure. 35. I mean, this, yeah, that's... double that. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's correct. So then all we have to do is create a cube or a plane even better, because we can look at it from the other side without it blocking our view. And then we'll move you 0.35. So it's right up against her like this. And then we can delete this now. And we'll just put this on this layer. And it's created an animation for it for some reason. Let's get rid of that. Okay. Oh, because I had auto key on. So this is where the wall's going to be, where her skeleton and mesh will be. So we'll start. We'll see what we can do pose wise. And oh, can I make this? Can I turn off back face culling? There we go. Much better. So let's get a start. Oh, sorry, I didn't see your message there. Girl Flesh, interesting name, redeemed Gabi Trivia for 5,000 points. Sorry, I was just in the middle of setting up. Well, Gabi's right here. So, if you don't know Gabi Trivia, you get to ask Gabi a question. Do you have a question here? Oh, okay. Would Gabi know any sign language? All right, I will ask her. That's an interesting one. Hey, Gabi, come in, Gabi. See her headphones? She can hear me through those. Gabi, we've got a question from Girl Flesh, who I assume is a real girl made of flesh, I'd imagine. Just like you, Gabi. And she wants to know, do you know sign language? Gabi says she's learning, but she's not confident in her sign language, but she's tried learning it. So hopefully well, there we go. I don't know Gabi, where the hell do you have time to learn sign language? She gets up to all kinds of things when we're off duty. I don't know what she has time. Gabi, I supervise you, okay? And I sat you in front of the TV. I had my YouTube Kids open, and you were watching wholesome content. Where do you find the time to learn sign language? Well, you're too busy. Well, you're on YouTube. I don't know, maybe she found that she's been learning or something. Maybe they have that on YouTube Kids. I don't know. See, I only let Gabi watch YouTube Kids. I'm afraid of her seeing what's on the rest of YouTube. So she's not allowed to watch my videos. Too technical for her. But maybe there's some generous soul out there uploading sign language to YouTube Kids and helping Gabi out. So thanks, Girl Flesh, for redeeming. Appreciate that. Thanks for redeeming those points. If you want to ask Gabi a question on the Twitch chat, which I'm also streaming to right now, we have the channel points there. If you earn 5,000 of them, you can redeem Gabi Trivia and other things. All right, so we will get. I'm just trying to think of. Okay, because I've rotated her entire skeleton very strange in this. Because I've rotated her root bone, which is not a good move. I wish I didn't do that, but I did. So, you know. So we'll try and just sort of get this sort of shape here. So the hand has to be kind of lined. I was trying to see where this would line up. We'll go wireframe view. The hand would sort of be lined up here. So I'm just gonna do the best I can of that old pose. And it's not, there's bits of it I don't like, but after we get this is phase one of just getting this pose. And if afterwards I decide I want to tweak things, I will do that. I'm gonna leave that till after I just try and get as much of this as possible. Do I want to? I'm just wondering if I should make this hand FK, because that hand isn't really going to do any. It doesn't need to be in a certain spot. So I might make it, because to follow the whole body, that might make more sense. It might look more natural. So I don't know. Can I animate? I know you can animate these properties. So I will insert a keyframe, and I'll insert a keyframe there. I'll do the same for the legs. I might as well. Just because I do change this between some animations now, so it's probably a good idea to just have like a safety keyframe on those, so that when we switch to these clips, it will automatically switch them. So this one's going to FK mode, so I have to get the FK. Well, we'll do the torso. We'll do the arm. The torso has to be right. And this has way too many bones on it. I'll turn off everything except the torso so I can see what's happening. Because there's a bit of a... Actually, I can already start to see some issues with this pose, but I will hold those back for the moment. I don't know how they are a bit high off the ground, so that when I move it back like this, it's gonna look a little strange. Oh, her foot is bent too, so I gotta make sure I do that like this. And it's clipping through the wall. That's not so good. Ah, because I rotated it on the wrong axis. Does the other foot bend? No, maybe it should. Make a quick adjustment. So the knee comes up a bit higher. That arm is pretty funny. And then we'll just like sort of bend the tail a little. Gabi needs to watch. Well, we've already looked at parkour YouTubers, and it's not quite what we're after. Trust future Raymond merch. Not a bad idea. Rollerblading ramps. I'll have a look at those in a bit. So, okay, let's get the, there's the FK layer for the arm. Let's go see what her arm's doing. Will Gabi be able to punch? No. I've taken out that old, she had like kick moves before. I don't know if you watched the combat devlog, but I like completely rewrote the whole combat and I took out the kick moves. And I guess if I could animate them, if that system was still there, I could have made them punch moves, but I took it all out. It was just kind of lame. It broke the entire flow of gameplay, so I'm probably not gonna, no punches. Don't want to make this I don't want to make this like a combat heavy game. Just, you know, just light stuff. So I've just got that one pounce move, and I reckon that's all I need. I have seen some, there was some game that I saw once that was like trying to be sort of like a movement game, but it had like Bayonetta combat or something. And I'm like, this just doesn't go. Like, I'm so overwhelmed with like, cause it has all this UI stuff on it to like indicate combo meter and stuff. And it's like, if I'm trying to speedrun through this, I don't want to be thinking about combat too much. And I want to think about it in the sense that I hit button, defeat enemy, and move on. I don't want to have to then focus on like a combat bar and combo meter, a shield, like all this stuff. It's like, this seems like bloat. Get it out. So when I saw that in, I forgot what game it was, but it was, yeah, I was like, okay, yeah, I can't, this is what's going to happen to me if I go overboard with combat. I didn't like what I saw. It's just a bit too much. It's like, oh, this person probably thought it was a good idea to add Bayonetta combat, and it probably sounded cool, but then you like see it and it's like, oh, this is kind of, it's not congruent. It's not, doesn't go. What is this? Oh, we got a raid! Raid time. Get the raid sirens. Bouncy is raiding with 10. Whoa, that's a lot of emojis, my fellow. Raid! Well, welcome. We are indeed doing animation. Welcome, fellas. This is for my indie game, Project Feline, which you can wishlist on Steam right now. And we're making like wall run animations. There's a bit of a back and forth on how the wall run should look, but I'm just trying a test pose for the moment, based off my older model from a few years ago, because I have animated this character before, but you can see there's quite a big difference now with how she looked back then and how so this was her like, I want to say 4 years ago, and then this is her now. So she had a wee bit of a glow up, a tiny bit. She finished puberty and is now fully, yeah. So she's grown up a little, and I've completely redone like the rig and everything. So we're just kind of going through and reanimating parts of her moveset. For the raiders, I'll quickly show you, because I've got some of these in the game right now. I'll show you how some of these look in the game. Just give you a taste. Old Gabi is scrawny. Yep, she sure is, man. New Gabi would completely demolish old Gabi, that's for sure. Important question, do you like Super Mario? I'm not really a big Nintendo fan. I don't hate Mario, I just don't really care. Yeah, I'm sorry. I know as a game developer I'm supposed to love all the classics, but I have not really, I don't think I've ever played a Mario game. I might have played like a few minutes of like, what's it called? The Switch one at a friend's house, and that's it really. So this is like her model in game at the moment. There's still some camera programming stuff I'm trying to fix, so if the camera looks a bit jittery, then don't worry about it. But we've got like some jump moves, some flips, some corkscrew flips, some climbs, and we did that kick yesterday where she kicks in the air. I do need some kind of transition though, because it does snap like instantly. We need something where her leg shoots up and has like a smear on it, like some transition, but that'll come later. At the moment, this sort of does the job. And then the one we're working on is something for this wall run. I'm just using the run animation for the moment for the wall running. And the cool thing about the game for the raiders that have not seen this before is that I have like programmed an entire like physics system to preserve your forward momentum with all these moves, because I thought it would be cool. So if I like spam the wall run a lot, you see that my speed goes up quite a bit, and it preserves with all these moves. So if I do like a slide and a jump, it stays preserved the whole time. Especially with the slide. I've tried to like recreate the Apex Legends slide because it's just fun. So if I slide down this big hill, oh wait, Why the slide? My button for slide is acting up a little bit today. But if I slide down this... What? Oh, wait a minute. Oh! Okay, well, as is typical with game development, it's breaking when I show people, which is normal. That happens all the time. But for whatever reason, because the slide is meant to last longer. Because I was messing around with some of her code yesterday, and I think I might have broken the slide. It's meant to keep sliding. I mean, her normal movement preserves the momentum as well, but she's meant to keep sliding as long as I hold the button down, and it seems to... I must have disconnected something. But we're gonna give that to future Raymond. That's his problem now. I'll allow future me to fix that. Well, I don't know what I did there. Must have broken something, but when that does work, it's really fun. You can basically go slippery sliding on the entire level, and people do some pretty crazy stuff with that move. Upbreaks is sobbing, days ruined. I know, I'm sorry. I don't know, yeah, there's a lot of stuff I just haven't really played, and I probably will never have time to play, and Mario is one of those things. Did I play Mario? Oh, I have played Mario Kart, yeah. I just recently, actually, I was visiting my cousins, and yeah, they had Mario Kart 8, and they destroyed me, because I'm not that good at Mario Kart. So, yeah. So I have played Mario Kart, and I've played Smash Bros, which has Mario in it, so I don't know if that counts, but no, I haven't played any of the mainline games. I think I might have played, like a long time ago, maybe I played like Galaxy, like the first level of Galaxy, maybe. But that was like a long time ago. But yeah, I don't know, I've never been a huge Nintendo, just anything Nintendo, I don't know what it is, it's just not really for me. Like, it's cool, I respect it, it's not my taste. I should move this to my other screen, this one, so I can see it. Will this be a parkour platformer? It is a parkour platformer, I suppose, yeah. It's got a bit of, yeah, like it's, I don't know. I just thought the mechanics for it were cool, so yeah. But yeah, I guess parkour platformer, it's like fast. You sort of, like, the idea is to kind of clear levels really quick while just skidding across walls the whole time, basically. Oh, thanks, Gogo. Jaheem says, I low-key wish that I was good at Tekken. Well, we all do. Nier Automata's turret, I don't know. I haven't played Nier Automata either. Okay, so I've got, it's close. The original pose, something about it is different, where she's like leaning, I think her torso kind of goes more this way. And I think her entire body is sort of closer to the wall. No, that doesn't look right. Let's look at it from the side, because the side, the posture is all not very similar to older Gabi. The hand comes up too high, that's for sure. So we'll rotate that in place. And the arm, it shouldn't really bend like that. Okay, this is a bit better. And then this hand, her arm doesn't come forward that much in the old version. But I guess, I don't know, this is the new one, so I can make my own decision about this. I think I would want the arm to maybe a little straighter. So I'll start to add my own modern touches now to what I think this should be like. In the old one, her leg is sort of more beneath her, like it's more like this. But I think I like it like this, because I'm subconsciously, without realizing it, following the Magnus Sheving guide of the straight line. Because if you look at her the old one is not straight. Like if I If I paint over this, like it's sort of, oh wait, I forgot how to use the draw. There we go. So it, can I get a bigger brush? There we go. So it's like that. Whereas this new one, you can see it's a bit straighter, which is probably more in line with the rest of her motion. So I'll move this leg even further down to make it straight, and then we'll, I don't know if I should straighten her back a little. Because she needs to sort of be leaning ahead, so she can't have her back too straight. Maybe like this, yeah, it's a bit more dynamic. It's a bit, yeah, now her entire torso is just a bit straighter now. Ever played Jet Set Radio? I do get recommended that game a lot, and I tried it, and I'm so sorry, but I don't like it. I didn't think it was that good, I'm sorry. I tried playing it. Oh, it wasn't, no, because there's two of them, right? So that Future I've tried looking for that one, and it's so rare. But the first one I tried, and I was like, oh, this is confusing. I don't understand what's going on. It's not even like the mechanics. I don't like the mechanics. I know that a lot of people like to think that my mechanics are the same mechanics, but having played them both now, it's like, oh, this does not work the same at all. The wall, like they have wall running, but it is nothing like my wall running. It's like a static fixed speed for like certain areas only. Like you can only do it on certain objects. And the gravity is really floaty. The frame rate is terrible. The camera controls are just cumbersome. And it's like, I kind of get why people sort of compare them, but I don't think they're at all similar when you actually like get into the meat of it. I don't know about the sequel though. I haven't played that one, but just like because I tried sort of taking some inspiration on it for levels, because I like the appeal of the small levels, and I just don't really get like what you do in the game. Like you graffiti stuff, but it's like, why do you graffiti stuff? What's the motivation? Why do I care about graffitiing stuff? And I just couldn't really get into it. I don't know, maybe at the time youth culture was a bit different and people were like, you know, they were into that, but because I've had people suggest that I had graffiti, and it's like, why? Like this doesn't do anything for my game, adding graffiti. And I don't know, I didn't really enjoy it. If it was like, well, yeah, it's a different kind of game, really. Like if you really break it down into like what makes it, the only thing it really has in common is the cell shader, but everything else functions very differently. Like the wall run's different, the movement is different, grinding is even different, because you only go at like, the way that you like the speed and everything is all very different. And yeah, I don't know, I mean, I'm sure there's probably people that like it, but it just I just couldn't play a lot of it. It's just, I don't know, I didn't vibe it. Yeah, but it isn't just, I don't think it's just those little elements though of like the mechanics. I think just the general the premise and like the whole structure, I don't really like those kind of games, I don't think, because there's like a clear, like I remember looking at the level select screen and I had no idea like where I was meant to go, and I'm like, what level am I meant to play next? And it's like, how do I get to the end? Like, how do I know when I finished it? And none of it was very clear. Like, I just get lost all the time. And then like, it's like a time limit. So it's like, oh, I'm supposed to do something and I have 60 seconds. And every level's like that. But some levels are slightly different. Like they'll have different things to do and they don't, I don't know. I didn't think it communicated it that well. And I was like, huh. So I don't know. It wasn't really for me. Just gotta make sure her head's rotated forward. I'm trying to think of like if there's anything else that's kind of off about this pose, but I can't, nothing comes to mind. Maybe when we see it in game. You know, actually when I look at it from this angle, the tail is way too high up. That's bothering. Kind of obstructs the view. Because her tail is like different proportionally to the old model, so we might not be able to do everything that the old model does. Because we have to, from this angle, it has to look good. And there's something that is a bit different. It's like the legs. The hips. It's in the hips. Something's in the hips that I'm not quite getting. It's like close. And then this arm is like, it needs to stick out more to look kind of cooler. And yeah, it's just, I feel like it all needs to kind of, it doesn't look intense enough. It looks a little limp. And it's something to do with like the hips. I don't know if maybe, oh, you know what? Yeah, I need to like rotate them. Maybe like this. Yeah, you see how it's like, it's a bit better now? I don't know how to describe it, but you might, maybe you can see what I'm saying. Just because to lift that leg up, she would have to, her hips would have to like compensate for that movement. Sort of like this. And then because the hands kind of stick out a lot and these do look a bit strange, so we'll quickly touch up the fingers. Just do like a safe, I know a good pose for this. Let's do that. We'll just do that hand pose just to test it with. Okay, so that's just a first iteration of that. So I'll get rid of the wall. We'll export this and see how it looks in engine. So if I need to also remember to mirror it to both sides. So I've just put this in a new folder at the moment because the other ones have the old exports, which I'll have to clean out after the stream. So I just gotta make sure the settings are correct. Okay, that looks all right. And Gabi will ride left. And then watch this magic trick here. It's pretty cool. I then take all this, copy, and then we paste flipped, and now we have the flipped pose. So we just get some of the layers out of the way. And I should just be able to export that with the same settings. We'll call this wall ride right. Cool. And then let's get it to Unreal. I can close this. Jaheim says I didn't like the open world approach of GSF. Is that the sequel game? Yeah, I think it's I don't know this. I think it's just because I don't have time for open world games. So maybe that's why it didn't, because that's what it felt like it was trying to be. At least for the original that I won, it felt like it was trying to do like open world 2 but segmented. Because the levels were quite big when you got to when you like actually looked at them. And I don't know, it's just like I felt like aimless, like I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Whereas I didn't realize I didn't like it until a while. I thought I liked it at first. And then when I tried designing it for Feline to have a similar vibe, I was like, you know, this is actually not so great. Like, I kind of don't want this, and I don't really enjoy this. So I don't know, for me, something that's more, something that you can just go in and out, like you play 10 minutes of it and you can leave. That's sort of more my, at least for now, at least that's sort of more my speed. Because I don't really have like, you know, however long a Jet Set Radio stage is of time to finish like a level or whatever. But I probably would want to spend more time if it was clear what I was supposed to do. I think that would be like, at least, I don't know, that's sort of what I came away with. Gonna find the new clips in here. So let me just put this, because I've just put it in a new folder, and I'm not going to keep the folder name like that, obviously. I'm just using it because I have the other old ones still in here. Until I get those out, I'm just going to quarantine these in a new folder for the moment. So I want to import these two guys. Oh, what's all this? I didn't get this error last time. Well, hopefully. Oh no, I know the. No, I'm silly. This is a new step I've had to learn. Well, we can keep those in, I think. Well, I'll try it again. I made a grave mistake. Because of all that weird rigify stuff I did last time, I have to have this rig turned on to export it, not the one I normally use. This is the special rig that is just meant to export. It's just for exporting. I totally forgot that step. So let me just make sure. Okay, so I gotta re-export it. I've done it wrong. So I gotta have that skeleton on, and then I go here and then change this to right. And I can turn that off, and it just has this weird, I know this is a weird way to do it. It's not how you're meant to do it, but this is what works. So I have to do what works. Okay, now we should be safe. So if I drag those both back in, it should work. It shouldn't give me those. It's still giving me those. No, it was working yesterday. What do you mean? Maybe did I export these to the wrong folder? No, this is the right folder. Oh, why is it not working? The classic question. I exported all of this last night with this rig and it worked. It was fine. Okay, I didn't do anything. Let's try that one more time, shall we? Gabi will run right. Let me just check. Oh, I didn't have visible oh. All right, now it'll work. I didn't have one tick box on. There we go. Wall run right left. Where's left? It will work. It will work this time. I'm not crazy. It will work this time. Let's try that again. It will work. Yeah, I told you so. I told you so. It will work this time. So now I have to implement these to the blend space. I have a blend space set up for the wall run stuff in here somewhere. Here. So I'm just using that run as a placeholder. So if I change this to wall ride left, I think. Or wall, I think right is there. And then roll ride left. It's here. And it doesn't, this hasn't been named. This isn't named right. It's added. It's the file name. I've gotten the file name slightly wrong. It's not meant to be an underscore between these. I must have missed that. Anyway, I didn't miss it now. So I just got to make sure that that is named. Naming is important. So I got to make sure that No underscore between those two words to keep it the same name as what I had in Blender. Okay, that is now mischief managed. And I just gotta... I think that's the right clips. I think this is correct. So if we pop this in now, we should get that pose. Yeah, there we go. So that's how the rough wall slide, wall ride looks without the running motion. Now, if you just use your imagination and imagine her hair flipping and her tail rustling in the wind, that's sort of the general, like, how that would look. And maybe to make that look better, maybe I would blend it between a slightly different posture as she's going up and then a different one as she's going down. Like she leans a bit further up and then back down again, but that future Ray will be responsible for that at some point later. If we decide to go with this pose. So now, how are we ranking of this so far? My felines. Why is it not working is generally a better question than how is it even working? Yeah, you know what, that is, not gonna lie, yeah, that's true. Oh, hey, suck. Sorry, I keep because it tries to auto-translate your name, so I'm probably mispronouncing this. Sakaramori says a friend that used to do game dev in Unity had a notorious issue with the has exit time tick box when making animations. Oh, I haven't used Unity in a while, but I do remember has exit time. That rings a bell. I remember something named has exit time. Is that like it's a checkbox or something, isn't it? It's a long time. It's been like more than 5 years, but you're bringing back memories now. Some horrible, traumatic memories. Oh, Unity, man. That sounds like one funny inside joke. Doesn't feel right, says Girl Flesh. Well, let's try it in context, in not just the white room here. We'll go to Skyport, which has like a lot of walls. We'll see how this looks in the game. Playing a lot. I'm gonna try and copy the speedrunners and fail, but I will try. Yeah, we're working on. We might not finish the wall run today, Kennedy, but we're getting sort of like an idea of what it should be like, because there actually is a lot of ways to do a wall ride. So I know that the pose is static, but just try and use your imagination to imagine some variation. I'm just trying to get the underlying. Is the underlying pose, like, is it in the right direction? Not is it finished, but is it in the right direction? Because if it isn't, then we stop it at that. We stop the pose here and scrap it. So I'm trying to stay on as many walls as I can, like the speedrunners do here. But if it is in the right direction and it's like, oh, it's good, it just needs a bit more polish, then that means that we keep it. But if it isn't like that and it's like, oh, this feels like the wrong direction, then yeah, we don't. Then we throw this out. So I'm trying to like just go very wall heavy on this run. Gus likes it. Oh, whoa, what was that? Why is the camera doing... Hold on, did I find more bug? Okay, now the camera's behaving. I don't know what that was about. Oh, wait, no. I want to get a running start here. This is like one of my favorite bits. If you approach this the right way, you can... No, I jumped too high. There's a certain way you can do this section here that I've done before and I've seen some people do, where you can like this, where you just completely glide on the inside of that crate. It's oh man, I love that feeling. Oh, it's over. I didn't get any checkpoints. Maybe a pose. Yeah, so if you imagine like maybe a few different blends depending on her speed. So here's some ideas. For those that think that this looks unfinished, here's some of the ideas I'm imagining. So imagine, because you know how some of you probably noticed, and some of you maybe haven't, but in the wall run, you notice that it actually goes in an arc. So she goes up and then down, like this. It's a bit hard to see. She goes in an arc. So what I'm thinking is, to make it a bit more dynamic, if we do decide this is the one we want, if this feels right, which I don't know, maybe I might need some more time to think it over, because this is a very important, it's a very key choice. So I don't know if we'll even make it today. I just want to at least get a start, get something cooking. But what I'm thinking is when she's arcing up and down, I'll try and slow-mo it. Like as she's going up versus down, maybe when she goes down, she like leans, like her weight kind of goes down a bit, like her waist goes a bit further down, and then it sort of, like her legs bend a little when she's descending. And then, it, you know, depending on her speed, she like leans forward more or not. Like that can be achieved with just creating like quick iterations of that pose when everything else is done. You just sort of move one bone like forward more and that, and just blend between them. But I haven't programmed, she doesn't know how high up she's going. Like she hasn't been programmed to know, the animation hasn't been programmed to know like her upwards velocity on this. So we couldn't implement that today, but that's just something that, you know, if I was to polish this, that's what I would think to do. But conversely, if running on the wall would look better, then doing all that would be a waste of time. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know if we'll even be able to come to a consensus, because it is a matter of taste type thing. I'll have to think this one over maybe. Because I don't really, because the run is a bit harder. To make the entire run would take a bit more time, because I have to move because this was just one pose. I have to do like 4 poses or more for the run, and they have to all be not looking awkward. So hold on, I'm just trying to stay on the wall so you guys can really see it. I'm trying to gain speed like you guys do, but I don't know how to do it. You guys do it a certain way that I don't know how. You just gain insane speed. Yeah, those lasers, I know someone like pointed out like that the lasers are glitched out. That's a Future Race problem as well. That was an issue with the lasers, and now they are kind of busted. That's a story for another time though. It's meant to be a laser grid in that hallway, not those big floaty things. So I'm trying to, because there's a bit at the end where we can do the wall run as well. Whoa, why is my camera sideways? What have oh, it must be all that new camera programming I've been doing. It doesn't like when I go vertically up rails. That's good to know as well. Let me try and like wall run in here. I'm just trying to read your chat comments at the same time. The current wall run makes it look like she has skates. Interesting. I was sort of more thinking it like she's just she's going so fast that she's just skidding on the rail, or not on the rail, sorry, the wall. Like she's just like slammed into it, and she's sort of just drifting into it. I don't know if is that the word. I don't know if that's the right word. But this sort of, because what I'm also picturing for like extra polish, if I were to do this one, is that we'd have like some sparks on her legs. I was trying to kill that turret there, but I failed. Actually, I'll travel to another level. This one is not as meshed, but it has more walls. Because I'm picturing like you sort of press up against it, like she has to look like she's pressed up to, like her weight is really going into it, and then there'd be like sparks and smoke coming out, like not like realistic, like stylized sparks and like dust puffs coming from behind her as she's doing this. That's sort of what I'm picturing. That would also work on a run as well, but the sparks in particular, like her feet would sort of be grinding against the wall in this case, whereas with a wall run there wouldn't be sparks, it would just be sort of dust particles. Yeah, this has a lot of walls. This is a good test level for it. What we reckon? That would look cool. Thanks. But likewise, the run could also look cool. But we don't. That's a bit of a tougher one. With that. Goldflesh says I'm starting to like it more as I keep doing it. Well, I guess that's interesting. That's cool. I'm not sure exactly where the skates that look like it's on. I'm not seeing the skates that people are saying. They say it looks like she's on skates. I don't really see it. The thing I'm trying to look out for as well here is and we'll try another level. I'm trying to look out because some people go faster than this. Like they can go way faster than how I'm trying to do it. And I don't want it to look like she's like the movement is too fast for the run at the same time. So it's like I don't know. It's probably hard to picture it as I explain it. You probably need to see it. Let me restart. Because I'm trying to because again it comes down to the way it feels. And one thing I'm trying to figure out how to say is that if you take off her model, if yeah, I can do that right now. If we take all of this off, I've got the special mode that just removes the model. And if we just focus on the mechanics only, not without any flair on it, just the mechanics only in the wall run, it does sort of... I don't know how Titanfall handles this, because they have running, but their wall running does not feel like running. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't feel like running, it does feel like gliding. When you play Titanfall, it does feel like you're... It doesn't feel like you're exerting any effort to stay on the wall. It just feels natural. Like it's just ground. But with Mirror's Edge, when I try playing that, the wall run feels a lot heavier and like effort. It feels like, oh, she's really trying to stay on this wall. It doesn't feel effortless. It feels very... Because the camera shakes a lot, she starts breathing heavy, and like you can see her hand sort of shake, and you can tell that her feet are moving. Whereas in Titanfall, it's still running, but it doesn't like if you take away all the mechanics and no, if you take away the polish and the character model, even the programming, it feels different. Like the Mirror's Edge wall run doesn't operate like this. You can't go this far. You can like go maybe a few meters, and it doesn't go up. It sort of goes across and then it skids down. And it feels like gravity's really pulling you. Whereas in Titanfall, it doesn't feel like that. It feels like it's more generous and that you can basically fly, almost. So with that in mind, that's why I'm like not really sure sort of where to take it with. Because my programming is more Titanfall than Mirror's Edge in terms of the way it's programmed. But with Titanfall, it's because both of these are first person, it's kind of hard. Because, I mean, when you play Titanfall, do you think about what your feet are doing? I don't. I totally forget that the character even has feet, really. Because all I see is the gun on screen, and it's not even moving around that much. It's really, like, gentle. And it's like, it feels like I'm gliding, even though that's not what the animation in third person is doing. So I don't know what I'm trying to say exactly, but the idea I'm trying to get across is, like, paying attention to how it feels and it needs to match how it's programmed, not the other way around. Sort of what I'm trying to say. Like the way how would something that moves like this react to the wall? Like in this way, where they have so much velocity and the gravity is not really being that mean to them. It's giving them like it's letting them do this to the wall. So I don't know. It's a very abstract, and it's not a correct. It's this or it's not this. It's just like a feeling, and there's no wrong answer. It's tricky. So with the animations on, because we just gotta pick something that like matches how it's programmed. Because there have been times animating this character where I've changed properties of the movement to match the animation, but I don't want the wall run to be one of those things. I want the wall run to stay exactly how it is, programming-wise and the parameters. I just need an animation that will sort of match the current parameters. So with the there was something I did change. It might have been the vault. I changed her vault to like slow down to look better with the animation, and I changed the jump height slightly to match with the animation. But with the wall run, I feel like I do not want to change how that is. at all, if you know what I mean. I'm just trying, because I'm trying to think as well. I'm trying to think if I can do a simple version of the run that isn't going to take me like 2 hours. That's what I'm also trying to do in the background here while I'm thinking. Maybe run up to get speed and then slide. Oh, that's interesting. I mean, when you put it like that, because someone did suggest that earlier and I wasn't digging it, but when you put it that way, there was something about the way you worded that that seems a bit intriguing now. Where after you, like she's propelled, because the one thing I think people like about running, which is hard because I don't have the animation for that, because you're like, she's pushing across the wall, which you don't get with that slide. So maybe, Seam Skull says it looks like skates because it's smooth. Her feet should be less stable in gliding. Interesting. Huh. Because I kind of do want it to look smooth, but not like it's on skates. So, that sort of mission failed successfully moment. Because I feel like it should feel smooth. If it feels clunky and there's too much going on, I don't think I'm going to like that very much. Maybe because some running can feel smooth depending on the rhythm. And some running cannot feel very smooth at all, depending on the rhythm. So maybe there's some kind of middle here. Just trying to think. Mission failed. Yeah, it is a mission failed successfully, because it's like, you pointed out something that I deliberately want, but it's not for the reason I want it, you know what I'm saying? So it's, yeah. Do I have an idea for Gabi's voice? Well, I have a rough idea, but I don't have the budget for voice acting, and I don't have the skills for voice acting. And I don't just, we've been through this a few times, but if you look at the indie game, you go on Steam and just search up indie games, and if most of the time when I find something that has voice acting, it always sucks because the guy making it doesn't know how to direct. And that's me too, because I don't know how to do that. And I know, and I've had friends that have done projects where they hired voice actors and it always sounds bad. So I took a page, I like learnt from their failures and went, I'm gonna not do that. Not only is it cheaper, but it also means the outcome is less low quality. Because I have a very sort of, I guess you could call it an uncompromising attitude, where I think if you add anything to the game, you have to do it really well or you don't do it. And with voice acting, I just don't have the skills, because most people think it's just talking into a mic, and it's like, no, it's good writing. And not just good writing, but good writing that sounds good when spoken. So it's dialogue writing, which is a special kind of writing. And you have to know how to direct the talent. You have to have good talent as well, which is also not easy, because there are millions of people in Los Angeles right now that are desperate for any work. And, you know, if they were that good, they wouldn't be begging me for a job, right? So it's like, to find a good quality actor and to do good quality writing and to do even mixing. There's a lot of people I know that literally are like deaf when it comes to leveling and EQs and the mix. Like I had a friend that released, he had a voice acting in his game, and he put it in the trailer, but the audio was peaking and he didn't notice. And I'm like, my man, this audio sounds bad because whoever recorded this is peaking the mic, and that crunch you've put something on it, and it's in the you don't have enough highs in the frequencies. It's all sitting in the middle where all the other sound effects are, and it sounds bad. So the way you avoid that is you don't do voice acting. That's what I learned. You can try to fight that stuff if you're very confident in it, and I think I could probably do a better job than I've seen my friends do, but it's expensive and hard still. It could still go wrong, because even then, if I get all the technicals right, I could just write bad dialogue. So I just, yeah, no voice act. That's the rule. I do have like dialogue systems, but they're very more budget, and they do the job. It does more with less. So we do have like some text boxes in the game which have sound effect. I don't have my audio like routed in the stream right now, but these have little efforts, I think they're called, like little voice like chuckles and stuff. These are just like stock sounds, so that's way cheaper and they sound great, and I can do the job I want with these, so, and save me a bunch of like drama with trying to deal with voice actors. So that's the strategy I'm taking. But if I did have all of that go right, I do have an idea on how I want it to sound. But I can't describe it. I can't do the voice because I'm a baritone, so I can't do the voice. But if I like had all of media, if I had like a bunch of archives, I could find certain actresses and stuff of like the voice that I feel like is the right sound. But yeah, I've thought about it, but it's an indulgence really, because I know that I'm not going to be able to do it. But I don't know, maybe someday in the future, like after this one, maybe I end up somehow being able to pull it off, but I'd rather not fight that battle this time. Has the wall climbing used for speedruns been patched? No, I've just been busy with other stuff. Bug fixing is sort of not at the top of the priority list at the moment. It's important, but it isn't urgent right now. So I've fixed some things, but later I'll look at that. I feel like the voice fits her perfectly. Like the little grunt voice I had. Jaheim says she sounds like Ruby. I'm not familiar with Ruby. But anyway, Sakamori loves mixing. Yeah, I love mixing too, but I also know how much work it is. So yeah, as much as I love it, it's like, do I really want to have to do everything else and this? And it's like, maybe I could not do that. Maybe I could get away with not doing it. So that's sort of my plan. And also, yeah, it's just a lot can go, because then you have to make systems. There's even the programming side, is that you have to program the dialogue in the game, which can also, like, I've seen that go wrong, and it's like, yeah, just avoid it. Just don't do it if you can. If you can get away with, if that dialogue was good enough for Ocarina of Time, it's good enough. Like if the text bubble JRPG dialogue, if that's good enough for them, it's fine. Like that's unless you're doing some kind of Last of Us game where you need that. I don't think my game's gonna need it. And what's sad is, yeah, a lot of the people I knew that tried the voice acting, the game actually would have just been better without the voice acting. Like it's the kind of thing, you know, like there was some game that had there was some other indie game that blew up on Twitter that had this exact scenario happen, where they tried to make like this sort of millennial writing dialogue, and there's like a viral video where they like open the game and they're playing it, and then the narrator starts talking and the guy instantly goes to the settings menus and just turns the dialogue off like straight away. So that's what can happen. Like you can put in, like if you don't do it right, you can get to the stage where you put in like months of work for some guy to just go in and turn off dialogue because it's like, it's so bad. And that's called wasting time. That's how you waste money and time doing that. That's how you time travel 6 months in the future and lose that time forever. So I'm very careful with that. So I guess, Gabi, you better start learning more sign language. Viewfinder. Yeah, I think it was, I don't know, that sounds familiar, that name. It might have been that. Yeah, it was like that kind of clip. Anyway, I gotta use the bathroom. I'll be back in like a minute, and then I'll just see about like what the next move here is gonna be, because I have more in the animation list to get through. But I'm curious about the run, but I know that the run is difficult. But we'll have to do it at some point. So I don't know, maybe we'll attempt it. Just give me like a minute. I just gotta take a bathroom break. I'll be right back after these messages from, I don't have any sponsors. I need more sponsors though. You guys, if you have extra change lying around, send it my way and then I can keep running these streams. Anyway, go get a snack. I'll be right back. Oh, I'm not me. Hey, my audio's back now. Hello. So I've just had like a quick breather, just to think about what I want to do next here. While I think this over, because I do need to plug this more. I keep forgetting to do this, but if you guys want some cool stuff, if you want something really cool, you want more insight into the stuff I'm doing, check out, linked in the description below, my Patreon, where I have like a, because I've reopened the public Discord, but in there's a secret members chat for these people. And not only do you get cool rewards like kind of semi-daily updates from me of like stuff I'm working on and fixing, you also get, and these hidden posts and hidden gifts and stuff, but you also get like merch that's like specific to Patreon. And this year's design, one of my favorite ones so far, it's like Gabi running with this cool symbol in the background. So depending on what tier you want, these are in Australian dollars, so don't freak out. American dollars, it's way less. But if you want like a new shirt, if you're running out of t-shirts or hoodies or whatever, or mugs, I myself have quite a collection of my own mugs. So if you want to build your collection with me, consider joining, link down below, so I can continue making videos, which I have one in the work right now. And if you join the early access tier, you'll see the script, not just the script, but the revisions of the script, because it's gone through like 3 different revisions so far. And you'll see sort of how the next episode's shaping up. Because I know I do get asked when the next video, and I'm working on it, okay, it's coming. So if you want to know the specifics, consider supporting the channel. Anyway, so okay, let's try and find good reference of Titanfall that is like lit properly. Because I feel like I need to see what happens when I try to do the wall run, because it's been bothering me. So I don't know if I can find it anywhere. What is this? Is this a fan? Is this a real animation? No, that's a fan animation. You can kind of tell as well. Yes, yeah, okay, so this is what I'm afraid of happening. This is actually a good example here. You see how like the weight on this beginning bit, I don't know if it's just me that sees it, but the weight distribution feels a bit off. Feels a bit interpolated. I don't know if it's just me that's seeing it, because I don't want it to look like that. There's some bits similar, but there's just the leaping between these steps feels not right. I'm just seeing if there's any like, because they're all in. Oh, what's this? Does this guy have animations? Oh, interesting. This has animation, but this is a bit. This isn't. It's a bit bulky. Maybe it's just because it's the mannequin dude. But I'm getting some ideas though. That hand movement, we could try and do something like that with both the slide and the run, if we would try and do a run. But the question then is, will this still look good going like 3-4 times faster than this? Because this does feel very floaty. Okay, well, I'm just trying to see what I can use as a reference here. Didn't think I'd be looking at the Unreal mannequin today. Actually, this is like, looks pretty well made, this tool. I don't know what this is, but this looks like it's thought about it a lot. Doesn't look like it has dynamic speed though. But I'm just trying to look at the animations. There was one bit where he was staying in the frame here. This is like, it's not, it's a little stiff, but it might work as a starting point. I just need to loop it. And then I'll try and search for some Titanfall stuff. Because usually, I don't know, if this is some kind of marketplace animation, I tend to not I don't know what it is, but marketplace animations have a look to them where they just look like marketplace assets, and this is, I'm getting a bit of that vibe here. So I'm just trying to find an area to loop this. Because that hand is moving. Okay, this is a bit... I can loop that. And maybe I'll do... Can I pause that? Can you pause? Thank you. 49.5. Leave it like halfway. Oh no, it cuts it off a bit too short there. I just hate, because this plugin, maybe there's a different plugin for this now, because I downloaded this loop plugin a while ago and I just don't like that it freeze frames it before it loops. It's a bit annoying, but that's what I've got. So I'll leave that open and we'll look for that Titanfall. No, I don't think I want to skip. Rhythmically, I just have a feeling that's not, I don't think I want, because I don't want it to look bouncy. It's not going to go well with fast movement. I'm trying to find like a good video. Like this one was okay, but it was, the guy would always clip the camera into the wall and the lighting was bad. Surely someone else has uploaded third-person gameplay of Titanfall. Someone else has tried that mod, surely. Maybe not. Is that it? Might be, maybe that's it. I'm trying to remember what else we can look up. So I'm just going to try and go to the bit where he does the wall run. But yeah, no, I'm not digging the skipping. I don't know, there's just... To show you would take me like hours to like animate it all, but I can just see it in my head. Yeah, see, this dude is like... He keeps clipping, I can't see the full body, he keeps, I don't know why, whoever moves the camera like that when playing this game, but... Let's skip ahead, There's gotta be a good one in here somewhere. Just do one... Oh, it's so distracting with that background. Because yeah, you see the posing here is a little different. I guess maybe we can use... We might be able to get away with using this, maybe. What is going on there, though? He's like wall running on the floor. So maybe we can... Maybe we can use this. Because he sort of stays in the middle of the screen. So yeah. I hate this looping. Nah, we have to go a bit later. Okay, this is great. It's so... Oh, it's so broken, but this works. Okay. And is there anything else I can look up? It doesn't help that these are both like on the opposite side. You see, yeah, but these are very different. So one thing I kind of am not a big fan of with the Titanfall 1 is how much the head moves. It feels like he's crawling. I don't want it to look like she's crawling. It doesn't look graceful. This one's a bit better. But it doesn't look as intense. This one looks like he's really putting in more effort though. Like he's really running on that wall. Like the legs I like more here. But it's just the back. It's moving so much, and I know that at a fast speed, it's just gonna look weird. I think. Let me try and picture it. If I picture that kind of spine movement, just the way his head's moving, like really fast. I mean, I don't know. I feel like because this is a bit the posture, but you don't want it to look too stiff. Looks by comparison, this looks a lot stiffer. Like because the back is straighter, and it doesn't really look like he's exerting effort. But not in a good way. Like the way I'm looking, sometimes I like having that, but in this case, it looks like he's too relaxed. Whereas this one, it's like, go, 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 run the wall, run on the wall now. And then this guy is sort of like, la-da-dee, la-da-doo, la-da-da, I'm running on the wall. Like it's like a brisk walk, you know? Whereas this one is just like, go, 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 run on the wall. That's sort of the vibe. And I gotta think, well, what's her attitude? What is she gonna be thinking when she's running walls? I don't think she's gonna be as military go as Titanfall, but she's not gonna be this, because this doesn't have like personality to it. This is like that's why it looks marketplace. It looks marketplace because there's no personality. It's very bland. So she can't look completely blank slate, but she can't look completely frantic. It has to be some like calm version of Titanfall where she's like, I know where I'm going, and she's like running up a wall, and she knows like, there's like a feeling to, I don't know if you guys can pick up on it too, but it's just the way his back moves and like the arm, it's like this sort of crawly Spider-Man type look. Like he's skulking around the wall, like he's wall sneaking almost. I'm gonna copy this to another text because I want to keep that loop going, and I just want to. Oh, can I copy it at a specific time? Because I want to see it, because this is on the floor, so I want to see if the animation looks any different when he's on that wall earlier, when he's going faster. Because I think it's the same one that plays, but it looked different. I just want to make sure. Because yeah, this looks like motion capture. How does that look in motion? I mean, it might look better in motion. But I do want to not go overboard with the spine. Oh, this bit has wall running. Let's see if he does something here. Yeah, let's see what he does. Oh, stop clipping the camera into the wall! Stop doing that! I can't see the character! I don't know, maybe the game's doing that. Because the camera is, it's like going into the leaves, and it's like, no, you're obscuring my view. I'm trying to look at this for animation reference. Don't do this to me. Yeah. Because his torso is sort of doing this, and I don't think Gabi would do that. I don't know, because I need something to work with, so maybe we just might have to settle on this as a starting point. Unless there's something else I could look up. Yeah, it does look like the hand is sort of doing stuff, which, oh yeah, it's alright, but I do like what this hand is doing here, how it sort of goes up and down depending on... I like that idea from this one, but I don't like the back and the legs. Assassin's Creed or Prince of Persia. I think maybe Prince of Persia. I don't think Assassin's Creed had a wall running. Yeah, that's a third-person game. Very old one, but... Oh, what's this? Oh, it's one of these. Oh, this is from only a year ago. No way. Because this used to be like back in 2012. These were huge. I actually got some real life people trying to do. Okay, I'm a little curious to see what this is about. See in real life what people do, but we can't. This is free running, so we can't copy it exactly. Because Gabi is not a free runner per se. But yeah, one of these videos. Oh my god, I remember like the Assassin's Creed parkour videos from back at, you know, I say back in the day, but it was only like 10 years ago. It wasn't that long ago. But yeah, I just didn't know if people still made these. But yeah, Gabi doesn't really move like this though. See what this dude... Yeah, 11 years ago. Here we go. From the golden timeline. Let's go. Let's see what this dude does. See, that's... He does something a bit different to Titanfall. It's a bit difficult to see and he doesn't do it very long. But his back stays pretty straight. And he leaps, the way he leaps here. That's actually pretty sick. And then as he starts to descend, his pose changes. But it's hard to see from this camera angle, but it doesn't look as frantic as Titanfall. It looks like a bullet slicing across the wall, which is kind of what I want. Oh, this is actually great footage. Look at it from the side. Oh, and it shows more camera angles. This is great. So it's a certain like velocity. There's a sense of like going across the wall. Like there's a certain sense of like cutting through the air, which I'm not seeing in these other references we've looked at so far. I'm not seeing this in Titanfall. I'm not seeing it here. It's like the head is moving way too much to be able to... She has to be like slicing through air. And then this one is kind of too marketplace to do that. But this dude, hold on, let's go back. This dude, it looks like he's just carving that wall. And it looks like he's going fast too, so that's pretty cool. So we'll keep this around. Is this please? Oh, it's 480p. Oh, yeah, that's how you know this is an authentic 2011 video. If it's only at 480p. But yeah, his back's straight. That's the different. And this sort of Gabi would do this motion here with the way that his things are positioned. So he goes a little off the frame here, but we'll I think that was where I would start that one. And then let's look at Prince of Persia. See, yeah, okay, because I did play this game once a long time ago, and one thing I don't like is that he leans out too far. Like, it looks like he's gonna fall outwards. Like he's gonna lose his balance. Yeah, I do need to play this again, though. It's actually pretty impressive for the time. You see how, watch his shoulders. You see how here he's like literally about to fall off? I don't want that. Who is this dude? Skip ahead. Let's get to the end. Oh, there's a highlight here, let's go. Okay, that's a no on that one. Why is it? I don't want the full game. I just want a clip. Every time I search gameplay, it gives me a 4-hour video. It's like, look, I'm on Australian internet. I can't handle 4 hours of video in my memory right now. Okay, I just need a clip. That's all I'm asking. Is there just a short 20-minute thing? I don't want a boss fight. Okay, well, this is half hour, so this is shorter than 6 hours. So someone will surely do the war run. Oh, I missed this logo. Ubisoft. But let's see. So this is running on an emulator, by the looks of it. That's okay. I'm just trying to find like a good bit of war running. Surely around here, maybe. Okay, maybe not here. Oh, here we go, here we go. Because I don't know, maybe it was just only in that one clip where the guy was like leaning out, but I just want to see if it does it. Yeah, no, it does it consistently, I think. It's a bit hard to tell from that camera angle. But compared to that Titanfall, his back sort of stays more steady. His head stays more steady. But I don't know if that would look good with my animation style, because his legs are moving a lot. Okay, let's skip ahead. I'm just really trying to make sure I go, like, I have a good piece of thing to look at before I commit to trying to do the basic poses. That other dude, those video I liked. Is he gonna do more wall running? Is this all, it's all cutscene here. I don't know, maybe Prince of Persia, isn't it? Because it is it's slower, it's a lot slower than Feline. So I don't know if it would match. Oh. Yeah, it's the arm. It looks like he's gonna fall. The thing he does with his arm here, yeah, I'm not a fan of that. It's fine here, and then he starts to stick it out here, and it's like, Gabi's wall run lasts way longer, and if she starts doing that, it's gonna look like she's gonna fall sideways off the wall. So yeah, we'll close. I think that's a no for Prince of Persia. But a yes to this, though. This is cool. So I'll try maybe just with this. It's hard because it's only one camera angle. But I'll see what I can do with this, because this is like kind of alright. Oh, excuse me. Oh, I guess I could start with this as a base. Call this wall run. I just gotta think what side. It'll be the right, because the reference is on the right. Oh, oops. Wait a minute. Something's weird's going on with the hands there. Okay. So I'll move this wall to the other side to kind of match this reference. And I'm trying to, because I gotta pay attention to a lot of things at this pose. His legs are, I like the movement of his legs. He sort of, because he's really, there's a lot of force in his step. And his back is a lot straighter. So I don't know. Does it stay straight? I'm curious. Let me just... Yeah, his back stays pretty straight, but something about it looks good, even despite that. So that's because, yeah, I don't want to make it look like she's not leaning forward enough. But I mean, it looks good on this guy, so we'll see. And it looks like both of his hands stay moving, so maybe I should do the same, because it might look weird trying to do that, trying to appropriate that with one arm not moving. So I'll copy his arm movements. So I'll change this back to an IK arm, sorry. So we'll go back here. Spider-Man wall run. Well, yeah, I'm trying to kind of stay away from Spider-Man, just because like there's certain things that you kind of you take a risk going near them, because if you make something that looks too similar to Spider-Man, everyone's going to think that you're like trying to rip off Spider-Man. And I've noticed that that's especially, even like it's happened to me before, people have like accused me of stealing Spider-Man, even though I'm not really a big fan of it and I haven't played any of the Spider-Man games. But knowing that that's sort of the reaction, that's how the fan base is, it's like, all right, well, I'm just gonna stay away from that, just to kind of keep, just, you know, because then there's no way I could possibly get influence from it, and I have to kind of come up with my own thing. And yeah, it's just the thing. It's not just Spider-Man. There's like other things like that as well, where if you go near them and it's like similar enough but not quite, even if it's like sort of this superficial things in common, people like don't like it. So we're gonna stay clear of that. And I have looked at a little bit at sort of, we did look at Spider-Man a few weeks ago, or maybe last week, because we were looking at the animation technique, and I pointed out that there's some things in there that are like not quite right with like limited animation and stuff. We were talking about sort of the Spider-Verse type style, and yeah, it's actually very different to what I'm trying to do. I've also sort of realized, and it's like, all right, well, it's not quite what I'm after. And actually, you know, even Sporticus says, because there was that instructional video we were watching of his last week where he's teaching actors how to act like Sporticus, and even he says, like, you don't want to make it look like Spider-Man. Like, he's not crawling around, you know, he's not like this, he's like a gymnast, which is, it's actually a very different look. So yeah, I'm trying to kind of not look at any more Spider-Man stuff for that reason. Yeah, so I'm also, because I can't see this reference from the other angle, so I'm just going to do my best to assume the angle that everything is at from the front. So I might get things wrong here, but we gotta do it. We gotta try. I feel like the torso would have to sort of compensate a bit. And I'm trying to think what leg is going forward. I think I've got the legs mirrored the wrong way. Oh no, oh no, yeah, I have the legs mirrored the wrong way. The other leg needs to come first. So if I take these, can I like, oh, I don't know if I can mirror these. No. Oh, no, it undid all that. Oh, I didn't auto, okay, auto key on, thank you. Well, I'll just move these manually then. Because that leg is really straight. And I guess he would be bending this leg too, like this, making it even more straight, like that. But yeah, not clipping through the wall. So I think it's this grid line it seems to line up with. Maybe a bit over. There we go. And then this leg is leaping ahead. It's actually pretty cool. And the hips would have to do this for that leg to come up and look natural, I think. But not too much though. And then this foot is sort of, it's pointed like this. And the leg is really coming out like that. We'll exaggerate it a little for Gabi, just to make it look cooler. I just don't know how far. I think it would have had to be touching the wall probably. So I'll have to like twist in the. So I'm just trying to like guess what the. Yeah, his hips would have to twist like this then. Because yeah, the other thing that we don't know yet is how this is going to look from the camera angle you play it in game. So that's one thing I'm kind of curious about. Because even whether it moves a certain way, if at that angle it looks bad, then maybe the other one will be better. And I can see I've got something wrong here with the back, and I don't know what it is because I can only see this dude from one angle. Something with the shoulders, maybe? Shoulders look stiff. Hand like kind of coming up like that, and I'll adjust the fingers to be clenched fists because his ones are fists as well. What about Jedi Survivor? No, it has that same look to it where it like in Titanfall's reference, where because I have seen bits of that game, and Cal, I think that's his name, Cal something, he is not, no, he's not built like Gabi. The way that he moves, it's very not what I'm, no, it's not what I'm after. There's a stream dropping out for you guys. Is my Australian internet finally getting the better of me now? Oh no. Let me check my connection. Because you know how Australia is. Well, okay, it says it's fine. Huh. Okay, we're back? Alright, hopefully. Game is focused on getting from A to V as fast as possible. That's what free runners do. Well, there's a bit more to it, and the other thing you got to remember is anyone that's making a parkour game that has that idea of A to B is going to also look at parkour reference. So that's how you get, that's like the recipe of how to get labeled a Mirror's Edge clone, is to think whatever the first thing comes to your mind of, oh, I'll do parkour reference, because everyone thinks to do that. It's not, I don't find it that interesting, because I know when anyone tries to do a sort of game like this, they're always going to look at parkour people, and they all end up looking the same. And I think it's boring. So I want to do something a bit different. Something a bit more unique. Something more stylish. Something I haven't really seen done. So it's harder, but I think it's going to look more... It's going to look better. Well, it's not going to look... It's not that it looks better. It's going to look more different. And you're not going to confuse it for, like, you know, some other parkour game out there. Because the people that I noticed since I started making this game, a lot of other people have been trying to do a similar thing. And yeah, it's like, they all kind of look the same. And I'm just, I was like, I don't want to be lumped in with all this. So I want to just do what, like, I want. Oh, this fist. I always have trouble with this fist. It's like not scaling the right way. Hold on. There we go. Much better. Alright. Cool. I actually like that. It's pretty cool. See, the Titanfall people, they don't have fists. And I think something about the fist that I like, and I can't quite put my finger on what it is. I'm just gonna try and like exaggerate sort of the pose a little bit here to really, because the posing, anime posing is so such a certain way. That's another thing too, is that I don't know, parkour poses they don't strike me as much. I don't feel like it really matches sort of anime, because it's too, what's the word? I don't know. There's something to do with the posing too, which is why I find gymnasts a cooler reference. Because the attitude of a gymnast and how they pose and how an animator in anime studio would pose is sort of the same attitude. Whereas with parkour, it's more casual. They don't really care about their form as much. Whereas in anime, like, they're overthinking every single pose, you bet. And same with gymnasts. So there's a certain thing there that I like, that I want to communicate, that you're not going to get by looking at like Spider-Man or parkourists, I think they're called. I think that's the name. There's some French name as well that someone brought up once. They have like a name in French to describe a parkourist. I don't know how to pronounce it though, but yeah. These hips though, I don't know what to do with these. This pose. I think maybe I'll just leave them. I guess it's okay. I just don't like, there's something about the torso twist that it feels wrong, and I can't quite put my finger on what it is. Maybe I have to twist her body up more like this way? Yeah, I think it needs to sort of stay, it can't twist too much. But it can't, like, it can't be completely solid. And the head is tilted down, which is interesting. All right, that's the first pose of this sequence. It's a 2011 video, so we don't have the best quality to work with here, but okay, I could move this leg a little. Something about this is a bit off. This could come a bit more like that. Maybe this could come a bit lower. I don't know, it just lacks, it looks like it's lacking power, and I can't put my finger on what it is, but the pose looks the same, but Gabi's, she's lacking this thrust that this other dude, I don't know what it is. Maybe it's it could be the back, because his back, the arc on his back is a bit more than what I have, but then that makes this look worse. No. I don't know what it is. It's just like this dude's, maybe the fist, I have to take this a bit higher. It's something that, it just feels more powerful and I can't put my finger on what it is. I don't know, we'll go to the next one. Next key pose, which would be about here. Oh, what? Why did the hand move? Hold up. Oh, I know why. I think. It's that IK thing. Has to be there. Whenever okay, now it's staying in place. Alright, we'll go ahead a few frames here. It's because there's so much motion blur on this video. I can kind of see what his hands are doing now. His hand is sort of here. And his shoulder is starting to move. So I'm just trying to kind of imitate sort of his form. Because his shoulders will start to swing back as his arm. What is happening? Because I can't see his other arm. Oh, it's okay. It's like obscured by his body, so it's sort of back here somewhere. Oh, come on. Yep. I think his head might be higher. Oh, maybe it is. Thank you. Whoa! Thank you so much, Timothy, for the 20 bucks. What a champion. Thank you so much, dude. That's so nice. Do I have guidelines for when the next keyframe should be based on the frame rate of the video? I just kind of... No, not really. I just kind of feel it out. What feels like the next keyframe? That's sort of how I'm thinking. Yeah, I don't have an algorithm or a guideline or anything. Thanks so much, Timothy, though. You're a real champion. You've been pitching in on these streams. I appreciate you. Oh, Tracer is the French name? Okay. It's just because it's spelt funny, but if it's pronounced like Tracer, then that's kind of cool. It is pretty cool. It's a shame that Overwatch had to ruin that word, though. Oh, wait a minute. I've just lost you guys. I've just lost you guys. There we go. We're back. Check out running manga panels. Is that like, well, there's a difference between running and wall running. So I'll search that in a tab and look at that later. Oh, this doesn't, okay, this doesn't quite look, I don't know what this is, but it doesn't look like what I'm after. But thanks for suggesting though. Possibly inspired as a gymnastics background. Well, yeah, so that's like, wait, so let me just read your other message. She's free to run with her own personality built into her running. Well, yeah, because it's like, I don't know, because one thing I'm allergic to, I suppose you could say, is like doing what people expect. Like doing the normal, the default option. Because yeah, it's just like, I've just noticed, because I've seen, I think there's on TikTok now, there's some game that just started development like a few months ago, and it's like blown to like 1 million followers or whatever. And it's just like exactly what comes to mind when you think of a parkour game. And like, if people want that, that's cool, but to me, it's so boring. It's like, oh, this is exactly what anyone would think to do. Like, there's no flair. It's all just Mixamo and Unreal Mannequin stuff. Like, it feels... Anyone could have made that. It just happened to be this guy, but anyone else could have come up with that. And I don't know, I guess most people don't care, but me, I'm sensitive to that, and it's like, whenever I see something that looks average, I don't engage with it. I only... That's kind of why you guys are, like... are in shock of how uncultured I am, because I haven't played so many things, I haven't watched so many things. It's because the things I do decide to kind of look at are things that are very unusual, that strike me as, oh, this is different. What is this about? And I want to elicit the same reaction. So that's why I'm really putting in extra effort here to like give Gabi a different personality beyond Freerunner. Because that's faith. That's Mirror's Edge faith. And it's like, that's been done already. And like, I don't have anything else to add to that. But, you know, I don't know where I even got the idea to look at gymnastics. It just kind of intuitively came to my head of like, she should look like this. That's just what my brain instantly went. It's like, she should look like a gymnast. And it's like, I've never seen that in the wild, which is probably why this is hard, because I haven't seen someone try to animate a character like this using gymnast influence. I haven't seen it. So it's like, that's why I'm so interested in it. That's why I'm like obsessively researching it, because it just seems cool. And then I think that's gonna like come through in the end result. People, they're not gonna be able to put their finger on articulate it, but they're gonna go like, oh yeah, there's something like unique and original about this thing. And that excites me a lot. Like, trying to just only do parkour reference, it just seems boring. Like, I don't know if it like if that sounds crazy, but it's just sort of how I feel about it. It's like I would kind of lose interest animating if I was just trying to make faith in third person, you know what I mean? So it's like yeah, so Gabi is, you know, I've spent a lot of time thinking as I've been making this new model. You know, her personality behind the scenes has sort of been solidifying more, and And, you know, I've been putting lots of thought into, like, and a lot of this might not even come through in the game directly, because like I said, I'm not going to have a huge voice acting budget or anything, but I think when you put that thought into something, it does show, even if you don't have a lot of opportunities to show it. So if you don't have voice acting or whatever, you can still express that through other things like animation, or, you know, her idle pose, or her color scheme and costume, and just the way she holds herself. Like, all of that stuff you can communicate something about the character, and I really want it to just not be just a cute cat girl, right? I mean, yeah, that is what she is a little bit, but I have put like a considerable thought into like what is really going on beneath the topology there. Like, what is Gabi? Who is Gabi really? And I feel from as I've been getting to know Gabi better, the gymnast reference feels intuitive, like this is how she would want to move. This is what she would choose to move like. And I can spin that in a lot of cool ways too. Like, I can come up with really cool reasons why she might move like a gymnast. Because does she even have gymnastics training at all? Or is that all natural? Or like, where would she have learnt to move like that? How? Like, to me, that raises so much more interesting questions than like just copying Faith and doing free runner stuff that everyone else is doing. I don't know if that sounds like crazy, but like, the fact that I'm even excited talking about it, I think that's going to come through in the end. When you see it in motion, when it's all polished up, I think that's what it makes it into something that does jump out at people like that. And I know if I saw something like this, it would jump out at me and I'd go like, huh, and it would make me not ignore it. But yeah, I see like too many, like, just, you know, something that looks stock, you know, I see it so much that I'm like desensitized and I tune it out. So that's really the fight. That's sort of the indie game developer fight that every creator, not just a developer, but every person is fighting. It's to fight, like, how do I earn someone's attention with what I'm doing? That's really the real battle. And some people try and get around that with publishers or whatever, but at the end of the day, the battle isn't just making a good product. It's like, how do I keep people paying attention to it? And not in like a slimy way, but like genuinely. It should be so cool that they want to pay attention to it, and I don't have to trick them into paying attention to it, you know? So because I have all that happening in the background of my head too, and that factors in kind of to every decision. And when I think about something like the direction I'm trying to take it, it's the sort of thing that I wouldn't ignore if it wasn't me doing it. Because that's the thing, I'm always trying to harshly criticize every choice that I'd make, where it's like, is this something that's going to look boring that I would click off or scroll past? Like, is it good enough to be interesting to someone? And I feel that a lot more strongly about the gymnast direction than anything else. See, Giovanni, he says it sounds interesting. And sure, it means it won't look and play exactly like the other ones, but that's kind of the point, is that it might play a bit different and look a bit different and feel a bit different. And I don't know, I that to me is more appealing. But yeah, then there's the challenge of like having it also match, right? And that's what I'm trying to sort of figure out. I think it's possible. I think it's possible to make this look good. I think it does. I know it looks coarse, but it's already a massive improvement from where it was. So I have lots of confidence that it's like, it'll work. Okay, we'll do the next, moving on to the next pose. And yeah, literally for someone, I don't have like a guideline. You just look at the frames and you go, what looks like a key pose? And this looks like a key pose. I don't know how to describe how it does. You just know. You just kind of know it. Like, that's a key pose. These are in-betweens, in-betweens, in-betweens. That's a key pose. Oh, wait, no. What? Well, you need something in between the two. Like, for a run, actually, there is sort of a rule. When I think about it more, there is something I'm looking at. Because if you break the run down into its primitive forms only, you need maybe like 4 essential things for the run to look like a run, like to the bare minimum. The bare minimum is one where the legs are fully out, one where the legs are overlapping, one where the legs are out the other way, and then one where the legs are back under each other again. That's like the 4 key ones for a run. I don't know what it'll look like for another thing, but for the run, that's what I'm looking at. So I've done this one, and you see how this one, it's like right before his foot touches the thing. That to me is like, that's a key pose there. Key pose spotted. This is an interesting one. His arm really does twist around. It's pretty cool. Like his arm goes like backwards almost. Like this. It's actually sick what he does with his arm. I just don't know. I don't know why the fist is like slightly. Oh no, yeah, it's fine. Thought it was like rotated wrong. It is a little bit, not in the way I thought. All right. And Redbug says constantly seeing Mixamo animations used in games is getting stale. Yeah, I think so too. I think the thing is, the reason why I think you probably wouldn't have everyone agree is that I think most people don't notice that it gets stale. They notice after everyone else notices, you know? Like, you know how there's like the curve of like early adopters and the mainstream? I think if you're paying enough attention to like games, and if you're a developer, you're probably going to notice it first when something's stale, and maybe like a year later the players will start noticing the same thing. So if I'm thinking that Mixamo is stale, and that, you know, just having every parkour game just exactly mimic freerunners is getting stale, then give it like a year or two and people are going to start thinking the same, because it's going to get like flooded. Same Skull says personal preference is freerunners, but the style fits Gabi more. Well, thanks. Well, yeah, it's because remember, it isn't part of the fundamentals of my game is not the parkour mechanics only. In fact, I wouldn't even say it's that. Those mechanics, even that came from Gabi. It's all her. That's like the entire axiom of the entire game is her. If Gabi wasn't the main character, I don't think any of you would be here, to be honest. Because I don't know, even people that I see, like I mentioned last week I was invited on the Red Tunic podcast, and the dude who runs it, he said he found me through Gabi's Twitter account because the character was like, oh, this is an interesting character. And it's like, if I had some dude like if I had a Cole McGrath character or a Nathan Drake or a Spider-Man or whatever, the TikTok game, I think it's literally just a guy with a helmet and a scarf. If I had that wouldn't have happened. That guy would have not taken an interest because it's going to look like everything else. Had some generic thing, like some Mixamo stock character. Because it's not just the movement, it's the design, it's everything. And I feel like when I was coming up with the mechanics, I didn't think about the mechanics first. I thought about what movement would she have? Like, I had the design. You guys remember Devlog 1? There was no gameplay. There was none of it. It was just it was just the concept art. I just had the character concept. That was episode 1. And it's like, I think I remember saying, like, I'm excited to figure out what sort of mechanics would fit this. And that's just how I think, because I'm a character guy. I think for me to go against that is like not authentic to me. If I break that and think about, if I make decisions another way, it's not it's not my game then. It's not going to feel like what I would make. And that sort of, for me, that was like the important part of Feline, because before Feline, I would do what everyone else would tell me to do. Because I had like friends trying to, you know, get in the scene and whatever, and they'd all just like, oh, just make like a, you know, a mobile game on Android or Apple Store, make a cookie clitter or whatever they called a match 3 game. That's what everyone else was trying to do, and I was like, no, this is boring. So I took the whole attitude at the beginning, even as back as Devlog 1. It was just like, what choice would I intuitively make here? Because I just need to see what will happen if I listen to that intuition. What would actually happen? And I have never regretted that. It's always like been worked. So when I have the intuition that it's like it has to move this way, then it has to move this way. If I go against that, then it's not really me making the choice anymore. And it's a compromise, and it's not that compromise is always bad. It's just like there's certain types of compromises that make it that, you know, like one of you there just used the word clone. Let me read that. The industry doesn't need more clones. You know what's really funny is that a lot of the time when I see people say that something is a clone, it kind of isn't, but it feels like a clone. And that's interesting, I think. Because there was some, I don't know what it was, but there was like some game like a year or two ago, and it was, I think it happens to every game though, but there was one particular one I remember, and it was this like, kind of like a Mega Man mixed with something. It looked very Mega Man, and the thing is that when I actually started researching it more, it isn't my kind of game, but I was just curious. Like, I wonder if this is actually a Mega Man ripoff. But then I actually like looked at how Mega Man plays and how this one played, and it actually is not the same at all. It's just the character design is slightly reminiscent of Mega Man. But then you see all the comments, and it's like, oh, these guys are ripping off Mega Man. And it's like, well, I don't think people know what ripping off actually looks like, because I know what that does look like, and it doesn't look like that. I don't know how to describe it though. I can't word it, but I just know when something is trying to actually rip something off. Because rip-offs usually, this game, it did look good, like it was like good quality, and most rip-offs do not put in any effort, because that's why they're ripping it off, because if they could put in effort, they'd have their own idea. It's just a lot of the time it's an unfortunate coincidence where the feeling of something reminds them of something else. And it's usually children that do this, where it's like in their brain they instantly think, oh, it's ripping this thing off. And it's like, well, actually that person might have not even played Mega Man. It's just maybe the design, they like similar types of shapes or similar colors, and it reminds you of Mega Man. And there's a bit more to it than that though. The point I'm trying to come to is like, with those sorts of decisions, I think what happens a lot of the time is like, early in an industry, you'll have like a few trendsetters at the beginning, like in the 80s or whatever, back when video games were like cutting edge, that come up with like the first ideas that come up to anyone's mind, like, and they make them a thing because they're the first people there. But that idea that they had is not an original, like that's what anyone would think to do if you give them like those circumstances. Like Mirror's Edge, even if you were the first guy to come up with a parkour first-person game, everyone would come up with Mirror's Edge, and it would all play like Mirror's Edge. The reason why Mirror's Edge is that though is because they were there first, and they maybe even not. Maybe there was other games before that were there before, and maybe those guys thought Mirror's Edge was copying them, and you know that happens. But it's like I think it's a combination of like being the first and being the first well-known version of that. So a lot of the time, I've noticed with creators, because I've had people I know that have had this happen to them too, where it's like, yeah, I had some buddies that were doing like a game that looked a lot like Tron and Half-Life. And they made the mistake of really playing into it, but it wasn't, the quality didn't match. So that combination of ingredients equals, and because the reaction that they got was that, oh, this is a Half-Life ripoff or something. Even though it actually isn't really like Half-Life, it's just reminiscent of Half-Life, but it is noticeably different. Like the mechanics are all different, the story, everything, it was all very different, but the thing is that the intuition they followed was similar to the intuition that the Half-Life people would have done. So that's why it feels similar. So I think a lot of the time it's like, something that doesn't feel like a clone is something where they've actually thought a bit more and gone, well, let's not just do the first thing that comes to mind. Let's really think about this. Like Lawbreakers and Overwatch. Because I'm pretty sure that those games were in like development at the same time, and then when it came out, everyone was like, "Oh, it's just Lawbreakers. It's just the Overwatch ripoff. It's like an Unreal Overwatch." But if you actually look at the timelines, there is no way they could have copied it, because the development timelines, like it doesn't line up. Like there's no possible way that they would have seen the trailer for Overwatch when they started that game, because it hadn't been announced yet. It just, you know, because it happens, like two people will come up with the same idea, like it happens all the time. The reason why is because both of them, if I had to guess, I don't know much about Lawbreakers, but if I had to guess, it's just like the decisions they made were the first decisions that came to mind, and it's the same as the Overwatch devs. Like to have the archetypes be a certain way, because I think some criticism was like the character archetypes is too similar. And it's like, well, if you would, you know, if the average person was tasked to create a class shooter, they probably would come up with the dwarf with the turret and the maid that has the healing noodle and the soldier archetype and the ninja. Someone probably would all come up with the same, like everyone would come up with those ideas because it's just the intuitive thing. It's just Overwatch came up with them and marketed them first and executed them better. And they've earned that place. And then Lawbreakers came a little after, and they hadn't probably. I have good faith. I believe that they didn't copy it, but it was unfortunate that because they weren't first there, and they followed the same kind of decision making, people just labeled it as like, oh, this is just a clone of Overwatch. And it's like, I looking at the trailers and stuff, I really don't think it's what it was trying to do, but that's doesn't really matter, does it? Because it flopped, and it what is it now? It's like not even, the game's done. Like they can't even buy it anymore. It's finished. Servers shut down and everything, and the max player count was like abysmal. So even if like that's part of sort of the game as well, as fighting against that, because that could happen to anyone. That could happen to you if you're working on a game. That could happen to you. So yeah, so it's just if you like look around enough, that's what I see a lot of the time anyway. So that's why I tend to not always just go, well, what's the first thing that comes to mind when I think of this, and follow it, because that's probably someone's done that already. So but anyway, I don't know if that made any sense, but that's sort of like, that's something I just pick up on. Because it all plays into, because at the end of the day that can affect sales, and it's like, well, then it's important then, you know? It was certainly important to Lawbreakers. How much money would they have lost to make Lawbreakers, only to, like, imagine that, like, imagine if that was you, and you had like, whatever, $1 billion, and you can't even get like 1,300 players. You have a massive marketing campaign, and the best you do is 1,300 because everyone perceives you as a clone. Like that's so crushing. Like I know people kind of clown on Cliff Bleszinski, but I feel kind of bad there. Like that's pretty awful thing to happen to someone. So it's like, you know, and that's what happens, you know. So it's like, sorry, I'm just trying to go through the frames here, because I've noticed that one thing I'm getting wrong is that Gabi's hips aren't moving, and that's why this looks very strange. But I can't really... the only thing that's difficult about this video is that I can't really see like what his... because I can't move the hips forward, because Gabi has to stay in place, but if I move them maybe up and down... Okay, I'm gonna have to... Alright. And I can't see it from the side, so I have to just guess here. Because the hips look way too stiff. Like this does not look convincing at all. So I just gotta pay attention to his hips. So the hips start to go down at frame 5. Maybe everything should go down. Yeah, because I've posed it relative to the hip. I haven't moved the hips, and I should, so I have to move everything with it. See, that's a bit better now. Hips don't look like they're locked in place. And then when the step up happens, like the hips go up a bit more. So yeah, this is why it's kind of tricky. I knew this would be a hard one. But yeah, this doesn't look very good so far. I'm not vibing it so far, but it's still early days, we'll see. What I'm going to do though real quick is I'm going to just make sure that the starting keys are on frame 0 and not on frame 1. I'll move this all over. Frame 12. Like even, oh, you know, because there's another example that just popped in my head there about that topic. It's like people that make Metroidvanias, like those are everywhere now, aren't they? And the reason why most of them probably, if I had to guess, the reason why most of them probably you know, feel like Hollow Knight is that they're making the same intuitive decisions as like Hollow Knight would. And they were the first guys to do it, whatever that way. Now, I haven't played Hollow Knight, so I don't know the exact specifics, but I do notice an increasing amount of games that feel like Hollow Knight. And not in a good way. It's like that kind of thing before it was like the JRPG Maker stuff and the 2D pixel art games. And now it's sort of becoming like the Metroidvanias and the Hollow Knight. Everyone's sort of doing that. And that's sort of the result of like following the first logical idea like straight away, which it's not always bad. It's just you gotta like be careful because, you know, there's other people that have trailed that path before. But anyway, yeah, that's just another like category of stuff that I am seeing around too, of the, I don't know, maybe I don't know if you guys know, like, have heard of that same thing or have noticed the same thing, but I'm noticing it like a lot of them now. Sorry, I just missed a bunch of messages here. Lawbreaker's not being a good game might have something to do with it as well. Well, look, I don't know, because I never got the chance to play it, but from the footage, it didn't look that bad. Like, I don't know what was so bad about it. It looked fine. I've seen bad games, and it's like, well, this doesn't look so bad. And actually, it looked cooler than Overwatch, in my opinion. But I'll never know, because it's over. Lawbreakers is over. So we need one more pose for the blocking. And that's like this, where his legs come back together. Except he's about to jump here, so it's a bit of a... Well, let me just pay attention to her torso here. Because I'm noticing now that there's things I'll have to move and change, like the hips need to start rotating here. And the hips here will have to rotate a little. And I don't, do those rotate? Okay, they do a bit. Because then, when she's like moving her body back, like this will sort of have to start, the body starts to like go back to its sort of middle point. But in this version, because he's still rotated, because he's gonna jump, so I have to kind of make up my own little details for this part. So we'll see what we get. I can't see his arm. I don't know what his hand is doing. I guess it's sort of behind like this. Oh, let's move that. What do I think about... I have no idea what Sadlan is. Yeah, I haven't heard of this. Oh, I do recognize... No, there's something I do recognize, and it's not what you think. So I don't know what this is, but I recognize Yugo Kano for some reason. I think I've listened to some of his music before. So I know... I've heard of him, but I have no idea what this is. It's like an anime or something. Jahim says it's like how every crime game is a GTA clone. Well, yeah, probably. I'm not really into that genre myself, but... Oh, yeah, because from the surface, because I know there are a few games like Saints Row and GTA... Like, to me, Saints Row, GTA, and all that feel like all the same thing. So, but I don't... Like, I'm not in the audience for it. So I don't know, but... Even, like, I feel like from an outside perspective, it shouldn't feel like the same. Like, that's not what you want. If you're a marketing guy, you don't want people perceiving your brand like that, because it's like, oh, everyone, it's like thinking Coke and Pepsi is all just the same. But most people know that they're not the same, right? That's the level you want. You want to be at that level where even some random guy knows that it's like different. But yeah, to me, that whole genre, it all blurs together. Like, it all seems like the same thing. I think the hips, yeah, I need her hips have to start moving down at this frame. That's a tough pose, because yeah, the hips, they sort of rotate a bit like this on the dude. So I'm just trying to like get the foot to look right, because it's so blurry on the footage. It's really hard to make out, but I think I can get it. It's Akira Toriyama's non-Dragon Ball anime. I don't know who that is either. I'm sorry. Look, I have a weird sphere of knowledge. A lot of stuff is not in it, and it's stuff that you would not expect is in there. So I don't know who he is. If it's an anime thing, I'm not gonna know. I only know like a handful of anime composers, and like I know a few anime studios, and that's it. And Makoto Shinkai. That's like my entire knowledge of anime is like Toei Animation. There's two other studios that I've like used footage from before, but I cannot remember. TV Tokyo. And then some composers like Yuga Kano and there's some other composer that I like found recently that she'd done the music for the anime I had watched when I was sick, and she had also done the music for like Sword Art Online, I think, which I'm told is like a popular one. And yeah, she's done a huge body of work. I just don't remember her name, but I remember like if I saw it spelled out, I'd know it. And what else is my anime knowledge? And then Bakugan, that's my anime knowledge. And Makoto Shinkai, that's like it. I haven't watched like Dragon Ball or anything. The way this is shaping up, it's not the way I thought it would shape up, but it's interesting. I can't explain it yet, but I need to sit on it a little. But there is something very not right about her back. That's for certain. There's some things with the arms are good, but it's just the back is not very good. It looks... I just don't like it. It just looks bad. Maybe I need to rotate like her torso a bit more. No, that's worse. It's worse. What about... No, I've heard of Pokemon and Beyblade and Naruto, but I've not watched any of them. Yeah, it needs to be like towards the wall. But without like... Maybe if I move it, maybe not rotating it, but if I move it closer, maybe that's the key. Yeah, because it's hard to see, because the reference only shows me one angle. So I'll just move it by like 1 unit over. That's better. That's better. But it's stiffness. I'm seeing stiffness in her back. like her back is like something's like she's wearing a backpack or something, like something's tied to it. Is this like in post camera? I don't know what they're doing. I don't know why they add these effects halfway in. I guess it was 2011. It was a different time. I'm trying to like imagine what. Yeah, his shoulders would be sort of rocking a little bit, I think, and mine aren't doing that. Oh, this is on a filmed on a different day. He's got a different outfit on here. Oh, I should have looked at this version because the camera stays still. Oh, this is close enough. We still can't really see. Oh man, I love this editing, man. So 2011. Maybe from here, it'll show us. I don't know if this is the same run. The arms, something about the arms they've done that I haven't. It's so tough. It's just filmed at such a weird angle. But yeah, there's something they are doing with the arms that I have gotten wrong. And they're actually leaning even more from the wall when I look at the hips. So it's, I'm gonna move this back because he is leaning further out, and this actually does look straighter too. So, but it's something else. It's not this, it's something else. But because the arms need room to kind of expand, like he does something with his arms. So, because I couldn't see that arm from the other angle, so I'll try and do something similar where the arms sort of do this. I can rotate the torso, but I want to be careful with it. But I don't know. I don't know which way it would need to rotate. Because I don't want it. I think the angle from the wall looks kind of consistent with what I'm seeing in this other footage, but there's something else about. It's not the entire torso, it's like part of the torso. And then here, like his elbows really stick up. And they don't cross the middle of his head. So I'm just trying to get the arms, and this arm kind of comes out more. Well, this might look a little too masculine. I'm not sure about this, but it looks a bit more balanced at least. Maybe that's why he's doing that with his arms then. Except that one frame, I've got it a bit, yeah, you're a bit off there. Yeah, it does look pretty stiff. I like how it looks from this side though, because it looks like she's sort of, I don't know, I can feel like upward thrust. I could feel it, and then it breaks when I rotate it. It just looks bad. Maybe the legs aren't coming up high, or the hips. Yeah, maybe it's in the hips. A little bit. Why is my, hello skeleton, come back please, there you go. Like maybe like here it has to sort of bend a bit. Or maybe the other way. A bit better. Oh, what did I just do? Uh-oh. There we go. Because the arms have to sort of look a certain way from the front and the back. This looks kind of all right. I think it's here, this has to start coming out. It looks too abrupt. Like it has to, there's a certain angle, there's a certain like motion line it has to sort of follow. Yeah, that's a bit nicer. It's just the torso though, it's just, it feels like too stiff somehow. It looks, yeah, well the back looks wrong, which makes it look wrong from the back. I know, a bit of a backception there, but yeah. I'm just trying to think what to do, because if we do the wrong thing, it's going to make it worse. But I think something about this frame looks wrong. I think maybe this needs to twist a bit more. But it's like twisted on itself. Like it has to sort of be more like this. So maybe, I don't know, if I can get the key poses right, maybe it's all there. Maybe the key is in the key poses. Well, of course it is, but yeah. It's like the hips here have to kind of, because the hips affect the back. Sort of has to do this more. And then on here, I think they have to sort of not quite like that. Maybe, I don't know, maybe. If they go like this, and then I can rotate this leg to kind of compensate for that change. To be like that. Because the leg has to look like it's sort of, she's gonna lift that leg up, and the hips have to start tilting. Same with this frame, I think I've got it a bit wrong here. Because that other leg is gonna come up next and the hips need to start preparing. I think that's how that works anyway. Yeah, this foot needs to come out. No, this. Because we do have twist in the body, but I don't know how to word it. Because the tips are there, they have more twist now, but it's still not right. And the shoulders have twist in them too, by that account. Maybe the shoulders are not twisting right. Like maybe this should come more like that. Yeah, that should come more like that. And then this should be a bit more neutral. Because I can't overdo it. If I've overdone it on one of my other ones and it looks awful, so I can't overdo it. Maybe if, and then this shoulder actually looks pretty bad. I didn't notice that. So if, yeah, I can see now there's like more and more details are off, which is probably why it looks weird. And then here it sort of has to kind of rest neutral. See that now. It's better. It's better now. But, the hips don't look like they're moving the right way. The tail is very distracting though. I just want to like get it to not do this perfectly straight thing it's doing on some of these frames. It's not going to be perfect, but... Okay, it's a little less distracting. I think, I'm curious how this will look just at the moment in game. I'll probably be able to notice more about it there. But there's something I've just changed with the hips that's made this look worse from the side, and I don't know what it is. It's like, let me just make some adjustments. It's on the shoulders. Those changes have done something to the side profile that make it look worse from the side. Here, something's wrong here. And then on this first frame, there's something that's changed about it that's wrong. So I'm just going to go back real quick on that frame. It's like it's too... there's a feeling it had that isn't there now. I don't know what it is. Maybe if I rotate this down more. It's like, maybe it's the tilt, I don't know. Or the arm, I think it could be a little bit of that. Because it looked like she was launching up, and now it doesn't exactly look like it. Like, there's a certain sort of... Like, if I could draw an arrow over it, and it would match, and it's not quite there now. Like the front, everything at the front looks like it's forward too much. But if I move it back, it looks worse. It could be a hip thing, maybe. Because I really liked it. It was like this first pose here. It was really good. And now it doesn't... Maybe it's the twist of the hips a bit. I don't know. Because I did change that. So I'll untwist them just a little here. Yeah. That's better. That's a bit better. No, I feel I've lost it a bit. I can't describe it, but it's like this certain form where she looks like she's ascending up and thrusting upwards, and it's not... I've lost it. I can't feel it there now, and I don't know why. I want to say it's the leg placement, but I haven't really moved the legs that much. I mean, if you compare it with this... Like, just that kind of... There's something where he's, like, leaping up, and it isn't the physical... Like, if you were to isolate him and put him in the middle of the frame, you'd see it. And it's something is just not... It was there, like, 20 minutes ago, and it's not there now. So I'm just gonna quickly, like, try to touch that and break, because it's so... I need that feeling there. It needs to be there. If it's not there, it's gonna look bad. I mean, it does look bad, but it's gonna look worse. I think it's the torso, yeah. I can see now there's some slight changes. The neck is what rotates, not the entire torso. I'm going to exaggerate some of these too to really sell that look. Yeah, like this feels more powerful. But there's some frame. It's like it's this one too. It's the same. It's this first frame. Something's wrong with it. Like here, this is it, but this is not it. Like that. This one's okay. It's just this one. There's something about it. It's in the back. It is in the back. I can see it's in the back. I can see it. But it's something about the placement of these too. Because I know I've twisted this more. Maybe that's what it is. Because I remember that's like one of the only things I changed. So if I do it more like this, where the torso isn't as twist out, maybe that's the key. Yeah, you see how this, it looks more like, I don't know, the word, it just looks more like, powerful. Yeah. Like she's running up. Yeah, this is it now. I've got it. I don't know why. It's those little movements. I don't know what it is about them, but I can... Well, at least that's sort of there. I need to see this in game now. Because yeah, I knew this would be a hard one, but it's like... It is quite difficult. But it'd be curious to see how this feels so far. Because this is sort of like the key poses for something like this. So let's get ready to export. So I gotta remember to turn on the proxy skeleton. Call this wall run right. And then we're gonna flip it to the left. We have to flip it I gotta key everything here. Oh, no. Nope. Keep hitting the wrong button. Paste flipped. Alright. Then I'm gonna turn on certain things. So that frame 3, I can just copy those. Paste flipped. This keyframe, copy, paste flipped. Paste flipped. Oh, no, not paste flipped. There we go. So now it's on the other side. We turn that off. Export the skeleton. Or run left. Give that a save. Alright, let's try it. So we've got wall run and wall ride now. So we'll drag, drop those in. Hopefully I've exported that correct. Scale Gabi. Yeah. Alright, I'm starting to see something when I see it in here now. But we'll see it in game first. So if I go to the blend space again, we're just going to switch out 2 of these animations with wall run left and wall run right. So let's do it. Yeah, there is something off. It's always the back. It's like, and the head. Something about the head as well is like throwing me off. So we'll put this in a level. I don't know, is this too slow? I think I want to speed it up just a bit. So we'll do like 1.3. Oh, that's not, is that's, I thought, no, that's not speed. Speed is in here somewhere. Oh, it's up here. And we'll try it in a level. All right. So this is with the wall run blocking. And I've sped it up a little bit. Trying to stay on the walls. So that's how it's looking. Oh, I fell off. No. Can I see it from this? Okay, we can rotate the camera around. Yeah, I don't know. What do you guys reckon? How are we vibing this? Trying to stay on the walls so you can see it. Except the walls keep pushing me off for some reason. Yeah, see, why is it pushing me off the wall? That didn't used to happen. What's going on? Feels like I look like a confident dad walking up steps. That is an oddly specific compliment. Oopsies. Unfortunately, that is not what I'm aiming at. So that is bad news. I failed. If it makes you think of that, I failed. Yeah, I'm not vibing it. I was gonna wait, but I think this is bad. I think I preferred the slide personally. Has potential. Well, tell me more. Tell me what potential you see. Because I feel like maybe if we worked more, it might look less bad, but I can't tell yet if it's one of those dead ends. Because sometimes that happens where it's like, oh no, this is gonna be good, and then it is just never, no matter what you do, it's just bad. And I haven't worked out if this is one of those times yet. Because you could be right, maybe it might have potential. I'm not seeing the potential myself, but if you see it, you gotta tell me what you see in it. Because I don't know, I just don't like how this looks. Try another level. Gaming likes the ride. Yeah, I think I'm leaning towards the ride, but don't just agree with me because I said it. Okay, but that's my personal. I'm feeling like I'm feeling the ride more than the run. But yeah, because I don't want to chalk half the stream up to just throwing something in the bin. Because because sometimes something can be saved if you look hard enough at it. Not always. Because maybe there is something in here I'm not seeing. Because I don't want it looking... Gabi is not a confident dad. I don't want her giving off that vibe. I think I kind of feel like I know part of the problem is that the poses are not flary enough. There's not enough pop. There's not enough strong posing. The posing is... This is part of why I don't like using parkour references, because it isn't really... doesn't match the style as well. That's the other thing people keep forgetting is... An anime character is not going to run like that. That's why it looks weird. Because with anime, you have to exaggerate like everything, and this feels underwhelming. It doesn't feel powerful. That's what I don't like about it, is that it feels kind of powerful, but that she's like inhibited by something. Like if you just look at her knees and legs from the side, it just feels inhibited. You know? So with anime especially, like a lot of, if you pause an anime frame, it's like some of the poses are wild, completely wild. Because I've just been trying to copy the reference, but it's never enough. It's never enough. You have to like add artist flair to it. This doesn't have flair. This lacks flair. But I don't know what flair would I give it. And the motion, the general motion too, like the whole back and neck is so not vibing. I'm not vibing that. Yeah, it does look like a walk, yeah. A longer stride. I think what I was just thinking might be what you mean with the leg. It's the leg placement. That's part of what's bothering me. I'm just trying to like get. Oh, come on, stay. Come on, Gabi. Gabi. Yep. Because the actual distance of, because someone's saying that her back is too far. I don't think it's the back that's too far, because you need room for her arm to swing. Because it is right, it's just close enough so that the arm doesn't clip. So it's not that. And the reference had the guy's back this far away. But there's something else about it. It might be the head. It might be a bit higher up. Could be the head placement. Or the way that the back tilts, because it kind of tilts up. Which I think that to me is not, I'm not liking it that much. Yeah, I'm not 100% sure on the arm thing though, because after seeing that dude's reference, he is not. There is a reason he is not putting his arm on the wall. I don't know enough about free running to know why, but I can tell that he's doing that on purpose. And I think if we violate that, it's going to look weirder. I know in a head it looks cool, but there are rules to this stuff that I don't know all the rules, but I know that there are rules there that are happening. So I want to be careful with that. But I'm trying to imagine it though, with her arm against the wall. I don't know, maybe it might work. But the the shoulders to the neck and the legs, something's not right. I'm gonna try and touch it up a little. Give it a fair shake. I'll touch it up. I have some ideas of how I would choose as an artist, not as a person copying reference. As an artist, there are things I would change about some of these poses that I'm starting to see. So I'll just make little adjustments, just to give it a shake and give it a fair shake. So one thing I would do is exaggerate this. Oh, why? Oh, it's meant to stretch. Why is the leg not stretching? Oh no. I think I've lost the ability to do stretches with this proxy rig. Oh well. That's a shame. Unless there's some way I can salvage it. No. Okay, well that's a rigify thing. Like, it'll take forever to explain, so we'll just keep going. So I'm just gonna like pose it a little different, so it's like it's more anime looking. So I'm going completely off reference, and I'm just thinking, what would I choose? What would I want to put in? What movement looks as a, if I was to draw this, what would I pose it as? What would I do? This is artist intent time. Oh, that didn't auto key. Well, you can already see that the pose, it's off reference, but it's not realistic. But I like the pose has more, because appeal, that's one of the principles that I don't see mentioned a lot, is appeal. Every frame has to be appealing, even the in-betweens, especially the in-betweens. This one's okay, actually. I don't mind this one, but I might exaggerate the foot. This one's a bit nicer, but I feel like it needs like a bit more with the up on the shoulders here. Okay, this leg lets me stretch it. Why doesn't the other leg let me stretch it? Oh. What's going on? This, oh, IK stretch has been, okay, I don't know what happened there. Okay, now I can, okay then. Interesting. So let's go back, and I really want to, oh, it's already added the stretch. Okay, that's fantastic. But the back, this is breaking Sporticus's law. As the back must be straighter. But this, whatever this is here is not right. This twist is too much twist. It's gotta relax a little bit. So I'm just intuition only. I'm just going intuition only here, going completely freehand, no reference. What would the artist choose? It's like when Luke turns off his targeting computer. We're using the Force, guys. That's what we're doing. So I'm really stretching just everything out, exaggerated all the way. Just like, I don't know, if I was like drawing this as a still, what would I do if I was choosing to draw this? You can see it's a bit, it feels different. I don't know if you guys can see it. I don't know if this is what I want exactly, but it's different. This foot does come too low though. How effective is this? And from this angle, I can see this knee is bent wrong. It's gotta stay like that. And this leg is gonna come more narrow. It's gonna tilt a bit different. So it's still rough, but something is different now about it. I'll just make sure the head tilt doesn't look too off in some of these. Okay. So let's, I'll export them and we'll have a look at the old ones again, and then we'll have a you know, we'll look at how it's shaping up. Excuse me. If I turn those off, well, no, I need all these on. because I gotta copy this all over to the left side. So I'm gonna copy. We'll run right. Can I actually just paste the whole thing mirrored? Paste flipped? Oh, I can. Cool. Sick. Well, that's gonna save time. So now we'll get the proxy rig out. And we'll see how it feels now. I still don't really know, but it's just a shot in the dark. I'm just seeing what happens when I do this. So this is, what side is she running on? This is her right. We'll run right. So, real quick. I'm just making sure that's all saved. I'll close this. So, we'll look at it in game one more time before I re-import it, of what it was looking like. So it was looking like this. And I've sped it up a little even. So this was what it was just like 10 minutes ago. Let's re-import them. We'll run left, we'll run right. There we go. Just trying to find, because there's a few different re-import buttons. There we go. Please work. No, this hasn't redone it. Oh, it's done one of them. Did I not, oh, I guess I didn't. I missed one. I thought, I did them both just now. I'm not crazy. I know I did them both. Well, I guess I must have overridden them then. We'll run left. Let's try that one more time. I guess because one of these isn't there. We'll run right. Wall run. Oh, I might have done wall ride right. So let me just re-export the wall ride right again, just to be absolutely sure that I didn't overwrite that. Wall run, wall ride right. Okay. It's still... This isn't it. No, it's still not doing it. This isn't... No, it's still not doing it. This one's like... It's done the right side, but the left side it isn't re-importing properly. No, that's not right. I just did it though. No, let me double, triple check that that's the right one. I could swear. So that's left. It's the left one. Wall run left. Oh, I've got my timeline set wrong. And I had the timing set wrong too, actually. It's 1 frame too short, so that's another... I didn't notice that. Okay, so this is absolutely on the left side. Wall run left. That's that file. I'm reading the file. And I'll do the right one again too. Wall ride left. Wall run left. Wall run right. Unless the left one is actually not right, like this has been... Oh no, the actual animation, this isn't, this is the old, but I could have sworn I just copy mirrored it. Maybe not. I copy and paste and flipped it. Huh. Well, we'll try that again then, because that obviously didn't work. Wall run left. Maybe I know I did it. I remember it. It was only like 10 minutes ago. Unless I did the wrong side. No, I didn't do wall right. I did wall... So I'll copy... Maybe it just didn't do it successfully and I didn't notice. Wall run left. Paste flipped. Okay, that is absolutely it. No, this... Something about it looks strange. I don't know, maybe I'm just seeing stuff. Let's compare the keys. If I compare the pose, it just looks strange. Wall run there. Okay, no, that is the same. Let's check the in-betweens. Wall run there. Okay, it is the same. It is the same. Alright. Wall run left. Because it doesn't look like that in here. Like, that doesn't look like it at all. There we go. That's it. Okay. Mischief managed. So just save the file now. Okay, let's have a look. Wait a minute. Okay, this is the new one. It feels like the same. I don't notice a difference. I've changed stuff. I know I've changed stuff, but I don't notice a difference. I don't know. It doesn't. Because, yeah, I know the arms are a bit more exaggerated now. And I've exaggerated the legs more. But no, it still feels bad. The rhythm is a little better with the arms, but that's kind of it, really. There's still something worse. Something about it. Just doesn't match her other movements very well. If it did look good though, that'd be great, because running on this would be sick, but it's just not, I'm just not vibing it. Like, it looks slow. That's frustrating. Yeah, no, I made the elbows high, yeah, I did that. I can't make them too high, though, because that'll look... I don't know if that's gonna get the look I want. It's not in the arms. I actually do like the arms, but there's something else. What's it look like next to her ground run? Well, her ground run is not... Her ground run's pretty bad. This, I'm not happy with this one either. It looks too... you can see it. This just looks bad. So it's... I don't know, they're both kind of equally, I don't like them the same, with her run and her wall run. Because I want the run to be almost exactly like her old run, because I actually didn't mind the old run. Maybe with a few improvements, but yeah, yeah. It's just not, I don't know, it's just not good. Lean more into her ground. Well, I actually don't... I think the leaning here is too much, even. Like, one of the reasons I don't like this is that it feels a little too... close to the ground, which I don't really like. Looks too straight. But I think I know what you mean, though. Yeah, it is. Well, I don't know. On that other dude, though, like, watching this in real life looked sick, but it looks, like, lame here. Like, watching the guy, because his back was straight the whole time, and it looked amazing. But this, I don't know, man. It'll probably come to me after a few days. I'll be able to, like, recognize what it is. It's never straight away. I can, like, figure it out. But yeah, it's the torso, like, and maybe the legs, there's something about them. The way that the legs move is a bit strange as well. Something, like, especially, what are those in-betweens is really, I'm seeing it. Like, the way her foot bends on one of these is really strange. Maybe at a certain kilometer an hour, the animation slows? I mean, yeah, but this is a bit beyond that. Like, the issue I'm seeing is not going to look better by adding speed changes. Like, that's something I'll add later. It has to look good before that. That comes after, as like a cool bonus. Before, if the animation going into that is bad, it's not going to look good. I'm gonna quickly go, I'm gonna switch back to the slide. Just because there's something about it. I just want to compare it now, because my eyes forget what the slide looks like. Where's the blend space? So if I switch it back to the wall ride, that's what we were having earlier. And I can, yeah, the posture here is very different. It does lean a lot more, but I don't know how you'd make a run out of that. I know it's, yeah, we don't have it, it's just the pose, so you got to imagine the movement of the hair and everything. And the tail. But to me, the form here is much better. But I don't know if you can make that a run, because I don't think her legs would have enough room to, the way it's been posed. I can see there's going to be difficulties trying to make that into a run, the hips at that angle and stuff. I think with the run, I think the legs don't extend enough. Like, to me, the legs look bent all the time, and it looks strange. Because a part of the anime flair is like having like the legs really pop out. So you see here on the ride, that leg is like straight. It draws your focus to it, and it makes you feel like the shape gives you a certain feeling. And the jump as well. I use a lot of like hyperextended limbs. And I've usually found that, yeah, if the solution lies between extending a limb or bending it, it's usually straightening it is usually the solution. But it's just a decision of like, do I want to like put more effort into the run or just settle on the slide at the moment? Because the poses, I know that this one is the least resistance, the slide. It's the path of least resistance, and I like the pose better. Like, even in its blocked like one pose form, it looks better than the run. So that could be a sign that that's what we should be doing. But there's always going to be like that, well, what if the run would actually look good if I just put in more work? And it's like, It's hard to judge. I might need to think on that one. Switch it back to the run again. Yeah, like what I don't like is that the front legs should be coming out more, I think. Like on some, oh, maybe not actually, that might not look so good. But they look a little too compressed, too bent. Like at the bottom, they need to sort of extend out at the bottom a bit to really put, it doesn't look like she's pushing herself off enough from the wall. Like, I think the apex where they fully straighten, I think the problem I've got here is that they straighten when the leg is behind her, but it should be when it's below her. But yeah, it's just because it's a more complicated animation than the slide, so it's like, does the, like what, it's like, yeah, I don't know, because it's like one of them is simpler and I can do that easily and it will look good. But this one will also look good, but take more time and effort. But will it look that much better than the other one to justify it is the question. Because I kind of don't want to like continue bothering with the run if it's not it. Because I think if it was it, we would see it by now. Or I don't know, maybe, yeah, it's a hard judgment call. Because there are advantages, like I get that it kind of matches better with the other animations. But it's just like to pull it off and have it not look bad is like not as easy. I'll have to think about it. It's a tough choice. But so far I'm liking the slide more. It seems like the easier choice. I just want to try, I want to see what this looks like if I just make it a bit faster, actually. If I make this a bit faster, just want to see. It does look a little better when it's sped up, but I don't know if that's too much movement. Like, it looks like she's exerting a lot of effort. Like, that would be the sort of speed I'd have to set it to. Something like this speed, this rhythm. But yeah, because if she runs too fast, then it looks like she's sort of frantically scrambling, which I don't want it to look too frantic. But there's a rhythm that's sort of alright. What if I built the run out of the ride? Well, yeah, I just with how I posed it, I can see it's gonna be hard. I'll have to just give it a rest because there's a lot of ways to screw this up. I have to be careful. And yeah, because here's what I'm weighing at right now. I think no matter what I pick, the thing I choose that I will put the effort into finish will look good. One of the things is a static pose with like 2 in-betweens for like secondary action. Maybe blending with a few different other static poses. It's simple and it's easy and it's not complicated really. The second option can also look good, but the second option requires like 4 times more work. That's what I'm seeing. So I'll have to see how I feel about it. Because I have a thing where after like a day or something, once I've sort of like recovered, if I come back to it, if it is the right thing, I will know, because it'll like jump out, and there's like a saying where it's like, if it's not a hell yes, then it's a hell no. And this is not a hell yes. So if tomorrow it's still not a hell yes, then it's like, yeah, I'll abandon the run, because it's gonna just waste time. Because I'm liking this, I'm liking where this is going, even though it's, you know, it does some things differently. But that's just my thoughts anyway. Let's save all that, because I'm getting real hungry. Just make sure it's all saved. The says, I understand. I don't understand. Well, I don't know. I don't know how to explain it. Do you not ever have moments in life where you just know, like, something happens and you have a choice and you just know? Like, that happens to me all the time. I can never explain it, but I just know, and it always works. And I feel like there might be a chance, I feel like there might be a chance that after I walk away and come back and look at the run again, there's a chance that I might go like, oh no, I know what to do to this now, and it'll be clear. So I'm gonna leave time for that to happen. But if that doesn't happen, then we're dropping it. Because it's the right option is not, there's the one that you don't have to force. The right option is the one that comes to you a lot of the time. With any choice I make, it's like that. It's like fishing. You don't reach into the river and grab the fish. It just kind of comes to you. So the slide, the approach is there. It looks better to me. It's grabbing to me better. I can see in my head visually what I have to do to make that finished. Whereas the run, I can't see the future for that one. And if one jumps out at me in the next 24 hours, then maybe, but it might not. And in that case, it's like, well, I don't see a future in that option. Am I doing animating is do the movement myself? Well, I guess it's easy to say when you're not animating like wall running. But I can't wall run, so I can't really do that. What am I about to eat? I don't know, I don't know, I can't make a choice. Whatever jumps out at me as tasty is what I eat. But yeah, guys, thanks for sticking around. We did get some important decisions being made. So far, I'm liking the slide more. But we'll see how I feel tomorrow about it. What's today? Today's Thursday? Yeah, so we will be back tomorrow to kind of see where this goes. And see like what else is up, because we have a lot more on that list too that we'll still have to get through. So we're gonna keep chipping away at it. But thanks, guys. No, we're not. No KFC stream. No, shut up, Mongo. We're not doing KFC stream. Okay. I'm gonna need to raise a lot more funding through this stream to fund a KFC diet. But maybe someday, if we get enough patrons, enough subscribers, maybe I can make my entire diet KFC someday. But that's not today. But anyway, guys, I'll see you tomorrow for more animation action.